That was that was really painful. Have we have we got you retro?
Can you hear? Hello?
Yeah, I don't have you. You're kind of in and out, and not a
What's
great.
up? Okay, hold on, hold on. Try try calling me again.
Well, now you're coming in a little better.
Oh, too late now.
You're just a little quiet. Maybe you're away from your
He
phone or
left.
something.
He left.
Oh.
We got to call him back again. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yep, that
Yeah,
sounds
much
good
better.
now. Yep.
Oh, okay. So I was tethering from my phone onto my Mac because I've lost Wi-Fi, but it's not gonna work. So I'll just do it straight from my mobile. That's cool.
Uh, damn.
Yeah,
No
all
Wi-Fi.
good now.
Well, technology's
Just
just been treating
you're
everybody
all set
good.
to record.
What was that,
Oh,
Willie?
tell me about it. Technology's letting me down today.
Oh, dude, it always does it at the worst times too. You know, especially when you know if you just want to do something. Okay, I'm just gonna jump on the computer, get something done really quick, and fucking an hour later, crash.
Exactly.
Cool. Well, we
How you
all.
guys doing today?
I'm awesome. I'm a little hungover. I was just telling Willie, but other than that, I'm great. Just been chugging back some water, and I'm kind of thinking that it's about time to maybe have a beer and see how that works.
Okay. What time is it then for you guys?
Sorry, what was that?
What time is it there for you guys?
One in the or noon, one in the afternoon for me, noon for Willie.
Oh, that's a good time.
Yeah,
If it was morning still, I'd probably say no to a beer, but I think,
yeah,
you've
yeah,
reached the threshold.
yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, I've also been up super early this morning for baseball, for Little League baseball. So, that put that on top of it. I'm like, I'm done with my day.
Aren't you a little? Aren't you a little old for little league baseball, Willie?
I'm done being productive.
Cool.
At least after this phone call. This
Yeah,
phone
right.
call will be the last production I do for the day.
Well, pretty much when I woke up with a headache, I was like, well, I guess I'm not doing anything but walk the dog today, and that's it. Oh
Plan.
well. Cool. And it's 8 o'clock at night for you or something, right? 9.
It is, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just gone 8 o'clock. Kids are in bed, and yeah, I think it's probably the most perfect time because it's that moment of peace that you get just before you enjoy that tiny little bit of evening, and then you go to bed, and then you wake up and do it all over again.
True that. I don't. I
I
don't.
don't know if you guys have got, yeah.
Yeah, Willie does. Not me. I have a dog, and I know people that have
Some
kids.
say it's very similar.
Yeah, he. Well, this morning. I mean, he woke me up at 6 a.m. like he does every morning to get fed, and then I went right back to bed and fell back asleep. And at like 8:30, quarter to 9, he's like, "No, man, get up, Dad. Like it's your time off. You're not going to work today, so get up and watch me chew a bone on the floor, right?" Like, fuck. He
My
is.
kids want me to get a dog, so I'm not doing that yet. Not anytime soon.
It's probably smart. I don't know how some people do it. Like it seems to me like a lot of friends of mine over the past have gotten a dog and then very shortly after that had children and I'm like, "Man, like are you just a sucker for punishment or what?" You're probably right in not getting the dog yet. Not
No, I've got friends who live nearby who have done exactly the same thing. Um, yeah, I don't know. It is a lot of work, right? But
but I
more
guess
power to them.
it's like I'm thinking about getting a second dog and I guess it's kind of like if you got kids and you're going to get a dog, you know, you're already putting in the work. You might as well just add another. What the hell?
No, that's what they say about having more kids too, but it does not work that
The way this,
Thankfully, I've only got two because I couldn't handle a third.
and of course, this is not
No,
parent.
I've got two. I'm done. That-
I
Yeah,
I have none that I'm aware of.
there you go. None that you're paying for, at least, right?
That's what I answer to. None that I'm aware of. And I did the calculations in my head. It's like if any show up now, they're probably 18, so it won't matter anyways. So won't have to pay.
Someone did the job for you, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Cool. Awesome. Well, I think we should get into the nitty gritty of it. Of course, this is pre-recorded. We're doing the past and the future thing here, which is kind of appropriate since our guest is Retro Manny, and we're talking to you're big into fourth and fifth dimension stuff. So here we are recording the broadcast for next week. It's I don't know, kind of maybe like that. No, I don't know. It could be just the marijuana.
I think that's fitting. I think we could figure out a way for that to work. Yeah,
Right on.
it's got something to do with
Get everybody all confused. Cool. Well, thank you for
it.
thank you for giving us your time. I really appreciate it very much. You're definitely one of the artists where I'm just like I know it'll be a little bit of fanboydom having you on because I mean I listened to you in lots of spaces and I really like your work and stuff. So this is awesome to have you to ourselves on this space with us today. Or we'll pretend.
You're welcome, man. Thank you for having me.
So if you don't mind, just give us a little introduction as to who you are, what you do.
Oh, oh man, it's so complicated because it should be so simple. I've kind of done everything, and I don't really know how to define myself, to be honest with you. If I'm just talking about NFT land, I guess I am a visual artist, but even then, I make music as well. Um, I could say that I'm a digital painter, but I do 3D as well, and I do animation. So I'm just kind of, I guess I'm a storyteller at heart, and I just figure out a way to be able to tell stories using whatever the technology that's available to me, and whatever I've got time and whatever interests me. I'll use the tools to be able to put that to some kind of piece that I can create that communicates what I'm trying to say. Um, but it's very difficult because traditionally I'm a filmmaker for the past like what 20 years now. So that's really my craft, and everything else is kind of I borrow from that, and just doing whatever I can. I think is the best way of saying it.
Cool. That was good.
Sorry, I
No,
know that
that was
doesn't
that
make
was
any sense whatsoever, but it makes sense in my head.
no, that made sense. And as you were saying that, I mean, to me, somebody like you, a creator is like I mean, that's how I see you as a creator because yeah, I know that you're so, you got your hands in everything, and I think creator definitely covers that all in a bundle. And you had kids, you created kids, so
Yeah,
there you
I think so, yeah. Yeah, create kids, yeah.
go.
I think I've finished that. I've done that job now, though.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm not returning to that project again.
Twice a year.
So so I hear as well, yeah.
Are you say you're traditionally a filmmaker? So like professionally, that's what you've been doing for the past 20 years is making film, or just as a creative outlet?
A bit of both, to be honest. So I was trained as a filmmaker. So I went to university, which I think you guys call it college, right, out there. For back in 2004. I actually started in 2003, and I was studying computing after being a bit of a dropout myself, and I just kind of computing was the only thing going, and I think the only thing that would please my parents. So I did that for a year. I realized I just didn't go to lectures. I didn't really do anything I was supposed to do. And then before the end of the year, I realized, oh, this is going to catch up with me. And scrambled to find some other course that would let me on. And luckily, a filmmaking course let me on. Um, and yeah, 2004, that's where it all started. And then here I am now, so still making films. I've also taught for 10 years as well. I don't teach anymore, but I taught filmmaking for a decade, and that's kind of was a big part of that kind of sustained me while I was still building my filmmaking career, um, which has had a lot of ups and downs. But yeah, that's kind of what I'd say I do professionally. And art, I do art professionally as well, so I earn a living from it as well. But it's been a long journey.
So I mean, filmmaking is a large industry, right? So are you more of a writer, producer, director? Like
I
where do
bet
you
you.
mostly fit in and work in that filmmaking?
Yeah, it is a filmmaking is a huge endeavor to get any film done, and I think it's going to be quite fitting what I say here compared to, I mean, just talking about what I was saying with the digital art stuff. I kind of do everything. That's how we were trained. Was to work on sound, work on the edit, color grade, writing, directing, cinematography, everything. Um, and again, it was for years, no one would give me any money to make a film. So I was just finding ways of making films myself, using whatever software I could, whatever equipment I could, friends, family, just kind of throwing it all together and seeing what can happen. And after a while, I realized that this could actually go somewhere, and meeting people that I've met along the way has helped me create more and more and more and keep going. It's led to funding. So, every time you get something funded, a creative vision, you have an idea, and someone like, quote unquote, officially gives you money and you go and create something, it gives you that little bit of boost that lets you know that this is worthwhile pursuing. So I've done it myself for a while, and then I partnered up with another filmmaker who I still work with today, and we've been working together for at least 10 years now. And we've just gone ahead and just made films with, like I said, same thing, friends and family, and just luckily been able to get funding and get money for it. And only just the beginning of this year that led to actually doing a proper, fully funded film with a big cast and crew. So it wasn't just me and the guy whose his name's Andrew Walker. Sorry to dox him, but yeah, we both make films together, and they actually gave us, and by they I mean BFI, which is the British Film Institute. They gave us money to go make a film, something along the lines of £27,000 to do it, and they gave us a whole crew, and we were used to just going and making stuff ourselves and doing everything. But yeah, it was a very different experience, and I feel like only now that transition has happened where I believe that I think I can fully call myself an official filmmaker who can earn money from doing that. Because before that, it was kind of almost felt like scraps, and it almost felt not predictable where I could go. But like, I think finally this year, I feel like I'm there. So I guess to answer your question, I can now say that I probably will only be doing writing and directing from now on. So I won't be doing the color grading or the editing or whatever it is. I'm trying to step away from those roles so I can just give those tasks to other people.
Yeah, you finally made it to a point where you can hand that stuff off, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool.
It's a
Um,
team effort though. So you realize with anything you become so precious over stuff that you're doing. Um, and you become good at it, right? It doesn't mean like you're the best at it, but you become proficient enough to make it work so that the final product is how you want it to look. Um, the process of handing that over to somebody else when you know what works is a very difficult one. So it's not been easy. It's been very difficult, but the key is not to take life too seriously because sometimes if you take it too seriously, it's like you cannot let go. You're holding on so tight, and yeah, you kind of limit yourself. So I guess I'm in the process of letting go.
yeah, you don't want to end up being Stanley Kubrick and driving yourself crazy, right?
Exactly.
By
Oh my
by
goodness
wanting to take
me.
control of everything.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why you've got to you got to step away, and definitely more than anything, I was talking to Hash Brown, who you had on the show last, just not so long ago today, and we were just talking about it's just not worth taking things way too seriously. You do drive yourself crazy otherwise.
Yeah, he's a pretty cash guy. That's definitely his method of thinking, right? I mean, obviously living off grid to get away from it all kind of ties in with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
such an interesting guy. I'm so glad I met him. He's such an interesting guy.
yeah, for sure he is.
Yeah.
We've actually
So
we were helping try to fix his vehicle via Twitter DMs over the last week. It was entertaining.
I heard, yeah, that's insane. That is.
Sorry, Willie, cut you off there.
no, I was just gonna say I was just gonna go back to your filmmaking. Um, have your all your stuff and the stuff that you're kind of doing now, is it all in the same genre as the futurism and things like that, or is it kind of different, and the futurism stuff is more your personal creative outlet?
I think, yeah, the films is completely it's worlds away. So it's almost like kitchen sink drama, art house cinema kind of style. So I'm trying to think of a good reference now. But I guess the closest reference would be like a Steve McQueen. I think he's not an influence, but his films I think are
Steve
quite
McQueen, the
similar.
director, then, not Steve McQueen, the actor.
Steve McQueen, the director, yeah, Steve McQueen, the
Okay.
director. Um, yeah, I think that's probably the closest thing that people would recognize. Um, it's very kind of like I said, just real life, everyday drama, but told in, I guess, a poetic way. Worlds away from the kind of stuff I do under Retro Manny. Retro Manny is just an escape from all of that. It's how crazy can I go? Whereas the film is very stripped back. Film stuff is very stripped back. It's very real, simple, and kind of just dealing with the human emotions. Um, but the ideas in there do feed into what I do. For instance, the latest film I did that we just wrapped on was all about childhood trauma. Um, and believe it or not, that's childhood trauma has a lot to do with the stuff that I create as Retro Manny as well. I mean, that's one of the reasons it's so steeped in 80s and 90s nostalgia. It's all part of that kind of understanding the child within, I think.
Interesting. Interesting.
I really like just kind of jumping around here. I really dig the retro 80s, 90s, or 80s feel to a lot of your stuff that you do. It's when I grew up, so it all just feels like home, even though it's from a different time and a different space.
Yeah, I mean, what if you don't mind me asking, what kind of era do you remember most? Was it the 80s? Were you around much for the 80s? Are you older to be around for the 80s, or was it
Yeah,
kind of
yeah. I was born in '76, so I had
okay?
my elementary years in the '80s. I wasn't old enough to really cause trouble, but young enough to, and the world was so carefree back then that I got you got to experience stuff. I got to leave in the morning and come back when the sun set, and nobody cared, right?
Yeah.
But I was always very
Are
big.
you guys both the same age?
Yeah,
Was that?
Willie's a little younger, aren't you, Willie, than me?
Yeah, I'm a child of the '80s, but I still, as long as you're home by the street lights are on. So I'm a little more into, my childhood's a little closer to the '90s. But I'm a child of Back to the Future too. So
Yeah.
2015, 2015 is my future.
I am.
So it seems so long ago. 2021, 2020, when was that? 2015, right? It's been a long time since I've actually seen that movie.
When I was growing up too, I was not into things like GI Joes and stuff like. I had Hot Wheels cars, little metal dinky die cast cars was my big thing, and then other than that, I was always into music because my parents always listened to records all the time, and so I really dig like the retro synth kind of stuff. Like it was I was big to me when I was a kid, and you know, to hear it in some of your pieces is fucking killer. Um, whether it's stuff that you've done, or I believe you collaborated too as well, right? Like I think with Fendel and whatnot.
Yeah, well, Fendel, actually, I still need to collab with Fendel. That's one upcoming. I need him to definitely play some saxophone on something I'm going to do. But I haven't even thought of it yet. But I definitely want to have that happen at some point. But yeah, I've collabed a lot. Um, just back to the whole '80s thing. I mean, I think yeah, I'm a little bit like you. Whereas I was born kind of middle of the '80s. So for me, because I had an older brother, the remnants of the '80s were still around through the toys and through the video recordings and stuff that we had and whatnot. So the remnants of the '80s were still there. But I remember the '90s a lot more. But I always longed for that time when my brother grew up because he's born in the '70s as well. And it kind of I guess I don't know, is it a bit of safety for me or is it more for the imagination? I don't know. But yeah, there was just something. It wasn't just a nostalgia. I think it was being I guess mysterious about it because I never really remembered it as much. I kind of just knew the kind of dreamlike quality of it almost, and I kind of bring that back for my work. But even the '90s is steeped in nostalgia for me as well. Um, so yeah, I think there's a lot in there. I think yeah, '80s is it's more like it's very hazy for me, and hopefully that comes through in my work as well. That it's kind of a distant dream.
So are there some standout like works from your childhood, like movies or music or something that you can point to that you're like, these are definitely my influences?
Oh yeah. I mean, just off the top of my head, straight away, Transformers, the 1986 film. That was on repeat in my house. So that's like an example of, that '80s nostalgia was just feeding into my childhood. It came from my brother's upbringing, and he not only just showed me that stuff, but I also would see it. And like I've got a couple of collector's editions of the Transformers movie in my DVD collection. I try and get my kids to watch it. So yeah, that's a massive influence. Thundercats, I guess I'm not sure how '80s that is, but Thundercats was a huge.
Yes, Thundercats.
Thundercats was massive. I don't know if anyone remembers a film called Flight of Dragons, but
I
that was a
remember
big
Flight of the
one.
Navigator.
Flight of the Navigators, yeah, Flight of the Navigators is a live action, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's another one. But yeah, I think Transformers is a big one. Watching Akira for the first time was massively influential. I used to watch that a lot. And then I think there's the same old that we will all definitely reference is stuff like Back to the Future and I don't know. I'm trying to think now. A lot of cartoons as well. Ghostbusters, a huge one. Um, Willow. If anyone remembers Willow?
Yep.
Willow,
Uh,
Willow.
Willow.
What was that?
That's it.
Right when he's
Uh, it's basically Willow is basically Star Wars, right? It was just a medieval Star Wars. That's how I saw it.
true. That's very
I
very
think that's
true.
actually where my name comes from, is from the movie Willow.
Really?
Yeah, I got nicknamed Willard, which is got shortened down to Willie, when I was in like fifth grade, and I think it was a reference from the movie Willow, which I hadn't seen at the time, but I don't know, it's just kind of stuck.
Huh.
That's a good reference to have, man. That is one of my favorites for sure. Um,
I think I'm gonna start
oh,
calling you
and
Willow.
controversially as well, I think Moonwalker was a massive hit, a massive inspiration. Michael Jackson, massive inspiration on me. All throughout, like my mom's side of the family, massive Michael Jackson fans, and that music and that film, Moonwalker, and all the music videos of that time, from Bad, even the Thriller stuff, just constantly on rotation in our house, um, through like whatever, if he'd recorded it, because you couldn't have on demand back then, right? There's no YouTube. It's like you put on a VHS tape, you'd recorded it, and you just watch it over and over again.
Hell
Um,
yeah. I I I was big into Michael Jackson when I grew up. I loved that stuff too. Like I mean, it was that was all about that was good quality music and it was production too, right? The videos and even his live stage performances were just like nuts. I wore out a few VHS tapes with Michael Jackson stuff
yeah.
on it.
Did you
Well,
guys
that's
ever
what it
get to
was.
see um was it Moonwalker like at Disneyland? Did you guys ever make it to Disneyland while that was playing in 3D, or was it one of the first like 4D movies maybe?
Oh, wasn't that was Captain EO, wasn't it?
Yeah, Captain E.
Yeah, yes, yeah, Captain EO.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I saw that in 2010 on my honeymoon in Florida.
Oh, very cool,
Nice.
very cool. Yeah, I didn't know it was still playing that late, but no, that's cool. I saw it like as a kid, whenever it was out, because I'm in Southern California, so not too far away.
Yeah, that's still like I got to put that on my list. It's on my bucket list to go to Disneyland or Disney World at least some point in time. I've heard that going to Disney after dark is where it's at when you go to the adult nights. This is what I hear.
Yeah, those fireworks, right? That we have bonfire night every year in the UK, and there's always complaints about the damage it does to the environment because of whatever people think. Um, in Disneyland is every single night in the summer. It's crazy,
Yeah, yeah.
insane, but spectacle is one hell of a spectacle.
So this bonfire night. Now I'm really interested about this. Um, is this just one night a year in the UK where everyone just gets to light a bonfire, or like you use it as like almost like we do as Fourth of July here in the States, where we all light fireworks?
Yeah, so it's a bit of both, right? So don't quote me on the history, but basically there was a guy. Do you know about Guy Fawkes?
No.
So Guy Fawkes was a guy who plotted to blow up the House of Parliament, which is kind of like our, where uh,
Oh, is he
the,
the
the,
one the
the
anonymous
center
mask
of
comes from?
democracy in London, basically.
He's the one the anonymous mask comes from, right?
I think that's what that film. What's that film you're talking about? Is it Revenge? No, what's it called? With the white mask on.
Vengeance, something like that.
Vengeance. Yeah, I think something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
V for Vendetta. I think
V for
that's
Vendetta.
what.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it's referencing that. But yeah, so they plotted to blow up the House of Parliament or something like that. I might be wrong on that, but they threatened to blow up something in London, governmental owned, and they got caught. And when they got caught, they celebrated that by burning him at the stake or celebrating the idea of burning him at the stake, and they called it Guy Fawkes Night, bonfire night. And so every year they'll have effigies of Guy Fawkes and they'll burn him, but it was a governmental thing to get into the hearts and minds of everyone. So you never ever think about overthrowing the government.
Yeah, so this bonfire
And
night
they
is
do
a very pro government move then, right?
massive,
It's
yeah.
very anti establishment.
Yeah, it's a double negative, right? Yeah, so it's definitely it's for the government, and it was one of the many examples, and it's something I do like to talk about, but I'm very cryptic in the way I talk about it, because it's difficult what you can and can't say on Twitter nowadays. But yeah, it's how the government can get into the way we think and convince us that we're thinking freely, but actually we're just thinking they're doing the thinking for us. And that's why that whole quote about they've got to get into our hearts and minds, they've got to win over the hearts and minds of certain people, certain groups. And the question is, how do they do that? And Guy Fawkes Night is an excellent example of how they did that very successfully, and it still echoes today. Even if people don't believe in the cause, they're still burning effigies of this guy, right? So
Isn't Guy Fawkes
Yeah,
Day
that's
somewhere? Isn't Guy Fawkes Day like in November or something or January? Isn't there a Guy Fawkes Day?
remember the 5th of November?
5th of November, I believe that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know all the Aussies up at the ski hills party it up when it's Guy Fawkes Day.
So they're doing it as well. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always huge at the ski hills. It's like all the locals are the ones running the ski hill because the Australians just go buck wild. I think they're just looking for any excuse to party. So.
It's so easy to win the people over, isn't it? Give them a party.
Yeah.
People love a good party.
They do.
Exactly.
I had a one-man party last night. I enjoyed it. Well, mind you, the dog and the fish were there. Never mind. I wasn't by myself. And just for the record, I did crack open this beer, and it seems to be taking the edge off for me. I might be cured by the end of this space.
There you go.
As long as you don't start doing any fireworks.
I do have fireworks right next to me, as a matter of fact, believe it or not. So
I have a bonfire I'm ready to light. Here you go.
I refuse to not light fireworks now. That's it. I'll be right back. Yeah, with your retro 80s kind of thing in some of the pieces, like the one piece that I was just looking at here was that interdimensional sunrise, and the way that you've done a lot of the suns or planets, whatever they are intended to be in a lot of your pieces, like they have that 80s vibe where like the sun that you have in this particular piece, right? It's like half a circle, but then you have the lines going through it, like every typical 80s kind of drawing used to be back in the day. Like Miami Vice, I remember, had that on some of their shirts. Like it was a very typical way for people to draw a sun back in the 80s. I remember it very clearly. Or I'm just...
Yeah, it's retrowave, man. Retrowave is the... If I can't get that feel into anything I'm working on, that's kind of my go-to. It's like get the sun in there and put them lines through it. It's definitely it's like a retrowave iconic bit of imagery. Same with sometimes you see the wireframe hills, where they're kind of like blue. Yeah, so I'll always try and feed something in, if I can, that just throws my hands up to the whole retrowave culture, which I think is a big part of what I do.
And it works. I like it. I just realized because as I'm clicking through your object profile here, I just realized that part 2 of your Outpost story came out, and I missed it. Where was I there?
Yeah. Yes, it did. I don't know if you missed it. You may. There was 44 that sold. The first one sold 40, 44, 45. Second one did 44, I think. Chapter 3 is coming out soon, but I've been a little bit ill. But yeah, Terry she finished writing the 3rd chapter a while ago, so I'm just putting that together. I've got to do the artwork for it, and then my wife does the voiceover, so we're gonna get recording with that, and I'm gonna put some music down for it. So yeah, we're gonna definitely get on that soon.
That's cool.
So chapter 3 will be out.
Yeah, because I have chapter 1, and then I didn't know that chapter 2 was around, and I missed out on it. That's all right. I enjoyed watching it last night. I have to put some offers out there.
I appreciate that.
Have to put some offers out
You know
there,
what?
right?
Yeah, you will, man. Definitely. That's the interesting thing about what I did with this one is I built up to a point with Object where I could sell pieces for 25 Tezos. So I generally do editions of 10 and sell for 25 Tez. And touch wood, they've all sold out. But because I wanted to try something new with the story, with an audio book, I thought, let me try something new in the approach as well. So I did 2 Tezos, and then I did basically, I guess, I don't know what you want to call it. Is it an open edition? Is it not? I don't know. But I did a high edition, and then I burned after 5 days. So that's the thing that I do with all of these now. So I put it out for 5 days. Whatever's not sold, I burn it. It's 2 Tezos, low entry point. And yeah, it's only going to be 10 chapters, and we'll see where it goes. I'm just finding new writers, and they just take the story where they want to take it, and I just kind of don't intervene that much. And I'm just excited to see where it goes. But yeah, thanks for having chapter one as well, man. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
No,
it's a new writer every chapter.
It's a new
And
writer
there's
every chapter. Yeah. So I wrote the first chapter, and then Bases wrote chapter two. If you guys know Bases.
no of him. We've not spoken to him yet.
Yeah, so Bases, he used to run Tezos Eve, so he's for me he's a legend in the space, and he is a big reason why I feel I've had any kind of success in the space because he I guess he became a fan of me, and he just several times he would talk me up, and he was connected with all the big players on Tezos, and I was a nobody, and so I really appreciate that he put me on to a lot of people. So yeah, really grateful that he wrote the second chapter because he's also a filmmaker, which a lot of people don't know, and a writer. So yeah, he wrote chapter two, and chapter three is written by Terry, who is one of the people who helps run Tez Town, but she's also a sci-fi writer, IRL. So yes, she's written chapter three, and I'm just kind of working my way through and just finding new writers to kind of honor what the idea of the story is.
I really dig the concept too of how it's presented as the NFT and the narration to it and the words on the bottom. Like I say, last night I had it up on the TV in the living room, and it's cool. It's just a neat way to go about it, right? You're not sitting there reading it physically yourself. You know, you got a little bit of voice going to it, and some. I like the way it's done for sure. Gotta get my offers out there.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think with anything that you create, it's you've got to make it as accessible. When it's something like this, you've got to make it as accessible as possible, because you want as many people to enjoy it as possible. So yeah, just having that text at the bottom, along with the ability to just listen to it as an audiobook as well, I think was an important thing. So yeah, I'm glad that you're feeling that.
Mhm. I think it'll be. I was thinking the other day because I travel a few hours to my cabin every couple of weeks, and I like to listen to different things. And I think it'll be cool when all of these come together, and one day I can just go through them all as I drive and listen to all 10 chapters. That'll be cool. That'll be great when they're all done.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the hope, I think, is to try and offer some way for people who own all 10 chapters to kind of give them something as well. I'm still toying. That don't take anything I say for gospel because this is Web3, right? But I'm toying
You
with the
you
idea.
heard it here first, Alpha. Just the Alpha. You heard it first.
I'm toying with the idea of either having a physical, or having some kind of download that is all of them together, or maybe having some kind of digital product. But I would really love to give a physical version of it as well, with like I mean, it'd be so cool to give a cassette tape. I don't know if that's
I've
even possible for anyone to play
that's
it, but
that's so
just think
fucking
of like
funny.
those old school
I
cassettes.
I would buy a cassette player. We were talking about cassettes the other day too
Yeah.
with Fendel, I think.
I fucking love it because I was literally, as you were saying that, I'm like, oh, something crazy would be if it was on a cassette tape, and then you said that. I'm like, fuck, that would be awesome.
It's got some natural glitching in it and things too. Like you just find an old cassettes to record over that already have already been recorded over 15 times. So you get some natural like underplay on it, and
That'd be fucking cool.
yeah,
That
each
would
one
be.
would be
What?
unique that way.
I think only people of our generation can appreciate that because I know for me, we like I had a lot of audiobooks as a kid, on tape player, on tape, and like having to turn them over, like listening in, and then you got the cassette players that would automatically turn over, so you wouldn't have to take the tape out.
Right.
Yeah,
And then you could have the one that looped as well, so you could loop it all night. That was like, man,
I say
it was brilliant.
the ones that automatically turn over because I had one of those. Like
Yeah,
would fall asleep on a car trip, and you wake up listening to the middle of the first half again and going, "What the hell just happened here?"
And then you realize
Exactly,
you're,
yeah.
Flip back to the front side, and
and then you realize
Like,
you're
what?
driving too. Fuck.
yeah,
Oh, the good old
But
Yeah,
days.
no,
but
I
like I
think
said,
it's a really cool.
don't hold me to it. It's something I'm looking into. This is I'm just one person, so trying to put all this stuff together takes time. But that's something I would really love to be able to do. Like just create that cassette player that just gives people that extra bit of nostalgia from it, which is hard to get digitally, right? So
Well,
that would be something
I,
I'm aiming for.
I may or may not be able to help you source, 40 old used cassette tapes that you can record it onto from a box in my garage. I may or may not be able to help
I'm
with that. I'm
gonna,
not sure.
I'm gonna, I'm gonna need to hit you up on that.
Did you
Yeah,
remember?
I'll have to take a look. I'm looking for some VHS in there too right now. So
Did
if
you?
So,
I come across them, I'll set them aside.
I remember when I was young that there was times when I didn't have any blank tapes because I mean, obviously, if you back then you make a mixtape. Like I would record most of my songs would be off of the radio, right? I would wait until like every night at 9 o'clock there'd be the top 9 at 9 countdown or whatever on a radio stations would have these countdowns, and I would always wait till the song that I knew, oh, it's going to be number 3, so I'll wait to record it. But I remember just thinking about old cassette tapes. I remember sometimes not having a blank tape and then like going through my tapes and like finding some shitty cassette tape that somebody had bought me for a birthday or something, like or a kid's tape or something like that. And then you could put tape over top of the tape where the little tabs were that you had to pull out to
Mm-hmm.
prevent it from being recorded on, but then you would put tape over top of that so you could fucking record on it. And I would record over old shit. And I remember sometimes too, because like, obviously you wouldn't get the exact amount of recording on the tape as the side had, so you'd like have all your favorite songs and then right at the end it would go into the nursery rhyme tape or whatever that was left on the end of the tape. Sorry. Just kind of made me think. Sorry, I was flashing back, guys. I'm flashing back.
dude, I'm nodding along hard right now. That's exactly you just described. I visualize everything from my childhood bedroom doing the exact same thing, putting the tape over the tape, finding sometimes it was those cassettes that were someone had bought you and it was an actual album or something, and you're thinking, I don't need this anymore. Go on, let's tape over it because I need to record this new song right now. So
I
yeah.
gotta record Duran Duran. It's gonna be on the radio next.
Exactly.
Oh
So you know
yeah.
what? And speak about scarcity, right? It's like people with digital now. I hate to sound like an old man, but the scarcity had to be manufactured because it just isn't the same anymore, right? Like just having a limited amount of cassettes in your in a case or something like that, and thinking, well, I need this track now. How am I going to get it? Um, it's not like you can duplicate it over and over again. You need to make a decision. What do I do? That's real scarcity, right? Like you got to think, you got to make a decision. Do I need this anymore? Do I not?
Very true, hey?
Yeah,
Man, I remember
it's
when
kind of blowing my mind. I hadn't thought about it that way.
back in the day when I started DJing, um, we used cassette tapes. And we also did video dances and we used VHS as well. And let me tell you, you do not know the stress of having 3.5 minutes to queue up the song that's on the other side of the tape at the wrong end, right? And you're sitting there, you're going, okay, you're sitting there, the song's playing, and you're like, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. And it's like, man, I don't know if I should stop and check now or if I should keep going because I don't want to waste any time fast forwarding, fast forwarding, fast forwarding. That used to be so fucking painful. Where now it's just like you just, right at the last second, you can change whatever song you want. Just got to click, done. Man.
I mean, they're always vinyl though. So why would you ever DJ with cassette tape? That's just seems weird.
Because we had to
I've
make,
never even heard of that.
because you can't, to keep up with, like, to make, like, you don't need the thing with vinyl too, like back in the day, right? You couldn't make mixed vinyl, so you had to have a whole album that maybe you only wanted one song off of, right? And we had,
Okay, all right.
and then we had like 12. Um, basically, we had 12 rigs, so we could have 12 shows going on anywhere at any given time, right? So I mean, to buy all that vinyl like that, this way you just bought a bunch of blank tapes and you made monthly.
You can duplicate the tape.
Yeah, and we would just make monthly collections, right? Because like you don't. I mean, even when I started ripping off all the old CDs that I had, when I started ripping them in the computer, it's like at first I was taking every song, and then I'm like, you know what? Like, there's shit on here that I don't care what it holds in the future, but I don't like this song, so I wouldn't take it anymore, right? So yeah, that's why we did that way. Anyway,
It makes sense now to explain it.
yeah. Anyways,
All right,
that's
we digressed.
yeah, we digress. We got freaking Retro Manny on the line here, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Shit.
That was actually quite fascinating, man. I'm going to digress a little bit with you because my brother was a DJ back in the mid 2000s, and I think maybe 2004, I think. And it got to the point where you could just make playlists digitally, and he would tell me, yeah, he'd get paid for a night's work, and he'd just press the play button. It was all done. It was all done beforehand. So that's pretty funny to hear. The stress that it was before that.
Absolutely. It's like now I'm just like, fuck, this is ridiculous. Because I mean, I have my whole music collection. I can access it on any of my products, right? So it's like I've got like 58,000 songs that I can have anywhere, anytime, and I can carry a backup because I have two phones. So I've got it's like yeah, no, it's so much easier these days. I mean, obviously, just like being an artist, you have to be able to create with that music. You can't. I mean, that's what some people are like. Oh, now you can just make playlists and you don't even need DJs. And it's like, well, no, you still need somebody that has a knowledge of how to make a flowing playlist that's actually gonna fucking work. You know, if a slow song pops up in the middle of a fucking dance party, that usually doesn't pan out very well. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I've got Photoshop, but that doesn't mean I can use it or do anything like take one of my child's paintings or drawings and turn it into something super cool.
or maybe you
I can't
could.
do
The tools. It's all about using the tools. Speaking about using the tools, um, Retro, you're a big fan of AI, right?
You know what? I'm back and forth with it. I'm definitely back and forth with it. If I'm going to be honest, if I'm going to be completely honest, and candidly honest, I definitely appreciate what it is and what it does. And I also really appreciate the artists who are using it to push boundaries and do new things. What I think I'm now at a point where I'm getting a bit tired of seeing the same thing. This is just me, by the way. Like, you
Well,
know,
let's the majority of your I think this is a question we haven't asked yet, so let's go there first. The majority of your stuff is not AI, correct?
none of what I have created personally is AI. I can go into detail on that though. So there's two pieces that have AI involved. One is Synthetic Revolution, which I did with a really, really, really top quality AI artist, Lucid Dreamer, where he created a film, um, where he created the visuals, and I just did the music, and I did the end credits. But none of the visuals for that, apart from the end credits, are my work. It's all Lucid Dreamer. And the other one is a collab I did with Vincent Funart, which is called Artificial Dreams, Conscious Intelligence. And what happened with that piece was Vincent went and created a few pieces of artwork based on what he thought I'd like, and then sent them over. And then I used those to create a montage, and then I painted my own version of it. I guess that's the closest you could say I've used AI. But in the actual final piece, it's a film about an AI artist. So I created it in Blender where you watch the artist create the artwork. And so the pieces that pop up on the computer screen, if you've seen that piece, as he's typing, those are Vincent's AI artwork. And then what you see happen is it goes through a process where you would go into the computer screen, and then that's my artwork that I painted and created and then animated. So and that's the extent I've used AI. But I do appreciate some of the really interesting stuff that people are doing now. Um, I mean, that piece that I just talked about, that was made in November, right? Where it was it was made over a long period of time from kind of August to November. And that was me just getting to learn and understand what AI is. But now we're like, man, what the hell's going on? It's the rate at which it's grown is insane. It's like I can't keep up with how I feel about it. I think is my honest opinion about that.
Yeah, the difference from Mid Journey 4 to Mid Journey 5, Chat GPT 3 to 4, 4 to 5, whatever that version change was, were almost night and day.
Yeah.
And I'm just on the sidelines looking at other people's production of it. I'm not in there using it or anything. I'm just looking at what people are putting out. I'm like, holy crap, it's so much different. Like it's
Well, I think yeah, it's there's a lot of pros and cons, right? So I'm going to try and be brief about how I explain this, but hopefully you get what I mean. Um, this AI is so powerful that there was a time when I was starting on Instagram and I was creating paintings, and I realized if I don't create paintings, one painting a day, I'm not going to be able to keep up with the algorithm. This is my kind of outdated thinking now, right? But that was how I thought at the time. And I kept thinking, how can I speed up how I make these paintings? And for me, it led me to make more impressionist paintings, so not as detailed. So I just experimented with loads of stuff, but I just still couldn't keep up. Um, but now with the way AI tools are working, you can make like 100 paintings a day, it seems, with the output that I'm seeing, like a really high quality, like really amazing looking pieces, which after a while you get a bit bored of it, and it reminds me of photography. So on Instagram, um, there is amazing photography day in day out, and it has been for years. But eventually, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. And unless someone's doing something radically different or interesting, it doesn't it doesn't catch my eye personally. It kind of just all becomes one, and that's how I'm feeling about AI art. It kind of all looks the same, but then you'll get artists, which is, I guess, the case with any kind of art form, right? So even with anime, when people started making anime and realizing they could create their own characters, eventually it was flooded. The market was flooded with all these anime characters. But then you get people like, I guess, Strange Thing, or I'm not going to name too many people actually because that'd be unfair of me. But there's lots of artists who I think Richie is another one. I'll name him that. I'll leave it there. Who do really interesting things that are different, and that makes you go, oh, that okay. That doesn't matter whether that was however that was made. That's just a really evocative piece of art. That's making me think. That's got a story to it, and that's stepping out of it. But other than that, there's just so much art being made. It's hard just to keep up with it.
I we've had definitely spoke about this in the past before on different spaces with different people. Obviously, we've had AI artists on, and the one thing that I've really realized in recent time is definitely that there's AI artists that I like to pay attention to, and then there's AI artists that I've actually stopped following on object because they produce too much in a day. Like I think I guess a better like I like the people that get into a style and then they curate what they're doing, and they're open about that. Like I created 1,200 of these before I came up with these ones, right? Like I like the more well curated um, uh, collections that come out as opposed to the some of the AI artists that just I mean and it's true, like most of the stuff when they are even when they are putting out this stuff like this many however many pieces in a day or whatever or a week, it usually is very high quality stuff. Like it's usually amazing. But yes, becoming tired of it is absolutely something that I've noticed recently. I think it's also that
Yeah.
so
it's at a it's I mean it's happening fast, and I mean it's new, so people are there's lots of people learning how to use the tool. I think.
so Manny, what is your main medium? I guess is
Um,
it
so that
Photoshop or Blender or like what's your
Well,
tool? What's your process
you
look like?
draw a lot of your stuff like totally hand drawn, correct?
I think it's a bit of everything. So at the moment, it's Blender. I'm in love with Blender, and it's just enabling me to do whatever I need to do very, very quickly. I do love drawing. Um, when I say hand drawn, none of the stuff that I draw on a piece of paper, even though I draw a lot on paper, that is not usually the piece that gets into my final. It's just a draft stage, but I usually draw on a Wacom tablet. So I'll draw and paint on something called Rebel, which is like it mimics like real paint as close as I've ever seen in any software. So it like drips or it'll dry over time and it have different effects to it. So I guess I use that for painting. I use a lot of Photoshop. So like my first collection on Object, which is the Cyberpunk collection, that's all photography from pretty much photography from my phone and Photoshop, and that's pretty much my main tool for that. But I guess for me, this is the interesting thing. Even what you said about AI, it's even curating, when you curate what you make and like you can really see a definitive style in the artist's work. Um, excuse me. The point is that eventually AI can recreate that. So like I know there's a couple of artists who are training AI based on their own style so that they can just create art quicker in their own style. But that's both double-edged sword because then other people can do the same thing. Um, and for me personally, I don't like that idea for myself. So I am always doing I feel like I'm always doing something different because I just get bored so quickly. I don't know if it's the way my brain works or what, but I get bored so quickly. So I feel like I'm using Blender at the moment, and I reckon I'll get bored of Blender and I'll figure out that there's another thing that I can use and I can do something different with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I'm ever still long enough to do that. I think the only thing that will stay constant is the just retrowave and synthwave. That's the only thing that will be a constant. Anything else, I think, is just up for grabs. Whatever tool I can see that makes me passionate about a certain type of visual, a certain type of story, I'm going to pick up and find. But yeah, to answer your question, I guess Blender at the moment.
Yeah, I was no, that's definitely cool. I was referencing earlier the drawing that you did of your girls in Photoshop, and more specifically than the painting itself, but the video that you did of kind of the making of in in Photoshop. And I just thought that was really cool. So I wanted to know, what other tools you were using and stuff. And I didn't, I guess I didn't realize, because, like you say, most of your hand drawn stuff doesn't make it to the internet. Whether it's on your webpage or Instagram or Object for sure. I didn't realize that you did a lot of hand ink on paper or pencil on paper stuff. I figured it was mostly just straight, like, Wacom into a computer kind of type of hand drawing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for me, I don't like to be self-critical. I do like to, and this is not like an ego thing, but I try to be as encouraging of what I do as possible personally, because, if you don't big yourself up, no one else will. But one thing I do know is that my hand drawing skills are not strong enough. I know that if I put time towards it, they would get better. But for me, drawing is just kind of like a way of getting ideas out, and giving myself a screen break as well. But in terms of me as a digital artist, I basically call myself an undo artist because most of what I'm doing is I'm sculpting out of mistakes I've made. So I'm constantly undoing until it eventually looks right. Um, and it's not possible to do it that in the way I sketch because I'm really messy. Like I'm super messy with my hand drawn sketches. Um, and I guess that's my kind of my filter and my sort of self censoring. Like I don't want people really to see that side of my art because it's more personal and it's more just me getting that out onto a piece of paper because I've got an idea. Um, what I want people to see is the end result of it. But then eventually, once I've produce the whole thing, I do like showing people the whole process, like what it was and how I took it through this process and took it through this journey. Like that video you said of my daughter's drawing and how I turned it into something in Photoshop. Um, but yeah, I'm not a strong drawer
I,
personally.
I,
It takes
I
me a
think
lot of
it's
times.
I think it's kind of funny that you say that because I mean I'm sitting here thinking, God, I'd love to see some of your hand drawing stuff, and then thinking about like like movie production and like you know old classic Disney movies and things like that, where like some of the most valuable pieces are like early storyboard sketches from some of those movie sets and things. It's like those go for the most money at auction when they do finally sell some of that memorabilia. Is those
That's
those quick hand drawn sketches that they would storyboard with.
that'll be for
So I
his
think that's kind of funny that you think that way.
that'll be for Retro's kids in the future, right? And they'll just before we die, we'll be able to buy some sketches from him once Retro passes on, or maybe he won't. Maybe Retro will just go to the fifth dimension and that's it.
I like to think he actually just has he's got a steel rubbish bin right there, and he just burns them right after he draws them. He's like, "Yep, all right," lights them on fire, throws them in a steel trash can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if my kids find some of my drawings, they might go, "Are you sure Dad did that? It don't look like it. Don't look like it."
And then everybody be like, "No, those are fakes. There's no way those are Retro Mannies." I was
Even
I really
honestly, even my signature's terrible. It's taken me a long time to get a good signature, to be honest with you.
my signature evolved so much in my life. Like on my the one that I signed checks with or whatever. They just I remember at my bank back in the old days when I had to you actually had to have a card, like they had a card that they kept in the in a lockup that actually had your original signature in it if they wanted to compare, and I had to have 7 of them at one point in time because I would sign 7 different ways at any given time, and it caused me issues at the bank. And then they're like, okay, well, here's a couple cards, you do your signatures. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna need more cards. And the lady just looks at me and I'm like, well, it is what it is. Now I've been solid for probably 20 years, but
Yeah,
I think they made
my
chicken pin
grandmother.
just for you.
what was that, Retro?
What was that, man?
I said I think they invented chip and pin just for you.
Yeah, probably right.
I was
I
gonna say my grandmother worked at a bank, and I've never even heard of that they kept signatures on file on a card like that.
yeah, well, how else would
That's
how
way before my time.
they would have? Yeah, they would have had to have because I mean, how would they have? I mean, how would they have done that back in the day, right? Like there was, I mean, shit.
I don't know. I never thought
Yeah,
about it.
you used to have to. I mean, let's think about it. This is the times like back when you actually had to go into a bank if you wanted money. I remember the very first time that there was an automated machine that spit you out money at the bank. That was crazy. But anyways, yeah, I'm old. I really like these time
You're
lapses.
not old. You're retro.
I'm retro. Fucking rights I am. I'm gonna start flogging myself as that. Buy NFTs of me. I'm retro. I got gray hair. I like I like the time lapses that you have. I like the one the Nissan one. Was it Nissan you did for the electric car here? Yeah, I just pulled it up there. Um,
Yeah.
like I love the time. I love seeing how artists do things and work through things, and I like to see that they something gets laid down and then they go back and they take it out and they change it, and I like to see the process and how things work out. Right, it actually helps me. I mean, not that I do very much art in my life, but earlier when I used to do a lot of art, like I've said this a lot of times on this space that Bob Ross, man, like I used to watch Bob Ross all the friggin' time, and everything that I did encompassed stuff that he taught. Even if I wasn't using paints, like even if I was like drawing with pencil or pencil crayon or whatever, I would use things the way he laid down things and the way he created things, right? And that's why I love watching artists and how they do stuff, especially with more modern technology, like with people that use Procreate and Blender and what have you. Like I think Blender's a freaking brilliant tool, and I think the fact that it's like that people create all these different plugins for it is a whole nother level for that as well too, being the open source, right? But yeah, I really do like. I like seeing the process. I like to see how an artist does because I mean, we all know it. We you know that it doesn't just get laid down and that's how it is. And you know, people erase, people change, people paint over, redos.
Yeah,
That
I like seeing the mistakes as well. I like seeing the not so polished product, just because nobody's perfect. We're not perfect people, so I like kind of seeing that.
I think we're in an age where it's like a rebellion against that at the moment. And trust me, with that Nissan one, that was I forgot to record the sketch. So what I had to do, because I was legally had to provide them with a time lapse. Um, I recorded the painting, but I forgot to record the sketch. So I had to record myself erasing the drawing, which is a very easy process, right? So I just went line by line and erased it. So when you watch the drawing, it looks like it just happened in one fell swoop. Man, it didn't. It didn't at all. That's a mistake on my part because I didn't record it. Um, so that sketch took ages to get right, and there were so many iterations of the character that I had to go through that the agency didn't like, and they were like, "No, we need." And I had to do four different characters, and they approved one of them. Um, there was actually three other, two other ideas that I had before that as well. So I had to create three drafts to show them what I wanted to create, and they picked one. So there's such a massive process which even you don't even see that side of it either. So yeah, I'm glad that you say that because it is humbling to see other artists make mistakes and you realize you're not alone. Nobody's perfect. Everyone is just kind of somehow smudging their way through what they create and they eventually figure out a way. And that's the thing with Bob Ross, right? Why he's so loved by everyone and why I love him is because you just watched all the shortcuts he figured out over time, probably from mistakes that he made. And you start to adopt that way of approaching artwork. It's not about making it difficult for yourself and saying, look how difficult I made this for myself. It's about, oh, how did you create that many trees so quickly? How many, with what I do, how many story buildings could you create quickly using a different type of brush or using the brush in a particular technique or whatever it was to give the illusion of something. And I think that's kind of over time you learn to speed up and get better through all those mistakes.
And it's funny with doing that with what you're explaining there, and that's the way it has to be. You got to find shortcuts to make it better. But I remember people saying too, I believe it was some of my art teachers back in the early days, were always like, "Oh, Bob Ross. Well, that's production painting. That's just that's just to produce to get paintings out to blah blah blah. Like that's right. Like I remember a few people actually downplaying how he was doing things, right? And that's just like that's how they just pump them out to sell them en masse, and and it's like no, like it's figuring out how to do it to make it efficient for yourself and to keep it fun, right? Like for sure, not monotonous.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I said at the beginning, right? For me, and I think for many artists, they have an idea in their head they want to get out somehow, and they've got to use whatever tools and talents and skills that are available to them to be able to communicate that. And you're going to want to learn how to do that efficiently, and over time, the more you do it, you get better at it, and you realize, the first time you did it, you might have spent ages painting every single character in with all the detail and everything, and then over time you realize people don't really focus on that. You only need to draw or paint like a little blob to give an impression of whatever that thing is, and you could do that multiple times really quickly with a particular type of brush. Going into a blender, you can just use an array modifier or wherever it might be just to make things quicker. So there's loads of things, and I think you'd be foolish, to be honest, to waste your time doing things so meticulously if you didn't need to, just to prove to people, look how good an artist I am. I think that's a waste of time personally. I think your time is better spent communicating the story and the idea, because that's the thing that's going to have impact, not the fact that you spent more time doing something than you needed to. Which there are artists out there who do pride themselves on that, and I personally don't find value in it. But that's just me.
I guess I've never really thought about that. It's like, look how much time I pissed away. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, I bet I can piss away more time than you.
You know what the thing is I'm sure, given this is Twitter, right, and everyone's opinion is valid. There'll be someone who will have a very, very valid reason why what I just said was wrong, and or fair play to them. I think it's just about, you've got to have your own philosophy as an artist that you kind of stick by, and works for you, which is true. But at the end of the day, time is really valuable for me, and I don't want to spend it doing things that I just don't need to be doing.
Yeah,
Well, that's why we appreciate the time that you give us today.
100%.
I'm enjoying this, man. Yeah, we'll keep going. This is not a waste of time.
Well, we respect that.
When you're creating music, how do you create music? Do you just do it strictly on the computer, like with a GarageBand kind of thing, or do you have one of those little mini Akai keyboards, or how are you creating your music when you're creating it?
Okay, so this is do you mind if I rewind a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Yep, absolutely.
So because I've only recently started making music, right? But as a kind of a young teen growing up, my brother always had a keyboard, and so there was always an musical instrument in the house of some kind. My dad used to play violin, so there was always something in the house that we could play. And then my brother figured out how to use the sequencer on the keyboard, and he called me up. He was like, "Manny, look at this. Look how we can do this. We can make a beat on here, and we can use this to do a bass line." And then this just progressed from there. And then for my birthday, my mum bought me, if anyone remembers this epic keyboard, it's called the Yamaha DJX, which is, if you Google it, it's a legend of a keyboard. Like, I think it's actually worth a lot of money now. And so, yeah, I bought that, and then that had a better sequencer on it. And so we used to make music all the time using that. And then we got dance. We figured out that you could get Dance EJ. You could plug in the keyboard to Dance EJ and use samples with it. And then we got Hip Hop EJ, and then we got something called Magic's Music Maker, right? And these are all just such crappy tools. Like, honestly, the worst tools you could ever think to make music on. Like, the workarounds were ridiculous, but we somehow used the jack to plug it in and record through the microphone port and all that kind of stuff. So that was kind of my experience with music. And then in university, I kind of messed around with guitar, because my friends were all into rock music, and I kind of got into Foo Fighters. From growing up with hip hop and all sorts of stuff like that, I got into Foo Fighters and other kind of Red Hot Chili Peppers. I was big on in uni as well. So that kind of made me trying to learn music a little bit more. So I learned piano properly a little bit by myself, and guitar properly a little bit. And then I didn't really do anything with music. But coming into NFTs, I realized that one big thing that was missing from my pieces was that really bring it together was that kind of old school synthwave music. And I'm a huge, as an adult, I'm a massive synthwave fan. So I thought, I'm going to give it a go. So I had GarageBand, and luckily my brother he kept on doing music. I didn't. So he kept on producing music, and he had an old Novation. I think it's called Novation Key something. I don't know what it's called, but I've got it here with me. He had an old one, so he said, "Well, I'm getting rid of this. Do you want it?" So I took it, and I used it with GarageBand, and that's how I did my first synthwave piece, which was Interdimensional Sunrise.
That's cool. That old shit, even though you were like those, like those things, the programs that you were talking about that were just horrible and not very good tools and shit. But there's people that thrive on that crap. There's people that still use that stuff like actively to this day, for sure, right? Like, because they just want that authenticity, even though they could get it from an emulator or something, right?
Well, and what I got out of that was, you're constantly moving to the next tool and still using it and still learning it and still like thriving with it, as opposed to just like, oh, this was fun, and then you're an 8-year old that doesn't play music anymore. So it's always been there for you. And then, like you say, you properly learned how to play piano in university. So I think that's really cool. I think it really shows in the quality of your NFTs too, in the production with it being all income. With you kind of doing everything. I think the only other person we've really talked to that's done all of it, music, video, everything, is Protein. I think everyone else that we've talked to has either done one or the other, not all of it by themselves.
Right. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm sure they've all dabbled in it, but yeah, you're very right. I think with that, I guess Jayburn does all his stuff, and he's done some of his own art, right? He hates his own art.
Yeah,
He hates his own art, though.
he makes his own art, and he mostly likes to collab on the art side.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, for
that's
sure.
why I was not to take anything away from him or anybody else, who kind of does a little bit of their own art, but
Yep.
I think it really shows as we just finished talking about imperfection, it kind of shows the perfectionism in your work, to where you want to bring it all together yourself.
He's like a control freak. There's a control freak part of me that I'm always trying to bring under control, because the spiritual side of me, and I'm a very spiritual person, knows that there's going to be chaos and order, and there's going to be balance between, and all that kind of stuff. But when I'm creating something, I just know that's not right yet. It can't go out like that. I'm not happy with it yet. I need to take some time away, come back, and I know when it's done. And I think I've got better at doing that now, of letting go. I think the very last piece that I did, which was for Tez Tones, that was the piece where I just went, it is what it is, because we were limited on time. I just went, it is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about it now. It isn't exactly how I'd like it, but probably nobody notices. But I think having that, being a perfectionist, you've got to know what you want first and foremost. Like, you got to know what you expect from it, and that takes a very long time to get there. Being a perfectionist, like for me 10 years ago, was terrible. It was terrible for me because I didn't really know what I wanted. But now I think I can confidently say, I know I needed to look like this. I know I needed to sound like this. So I'm going to YouTube and Google it until I figure it out and get it right, or I'm going to play around with it and undo it and save about 5 different versions of it and compare them until I know, yeah, this is the one that I want. And then I'm going to put that one out. And even then, I'm going to take a bit of time, because I know the process. Okay, I'm going to take some time away, and then I'm going to come back and listen to it or look at it with fresh eyes and ears. And then I know that's the one I want to choose. But that takes a long time and a lot of experience, because you start to know yourself a little bit better. Not to be condescending, because there's some people who can figure that out after just only being a creator for like 1 year, 2 years. But for me, it's taken a very, very long time. It's needed all that experience to get to that point.
Mm-hmm. Just like everything takes, everybody's different, right? Some people pick it up. Some people can ride that bike the first time. Some people can't.
Took me 7 years.
Right.
No word of a lie.
I like that. I'm that way. I'm a very perfectionist kind of person, as much as I can be, but I do actually find that a lot of times I end up just going, okay, I got to stop, and realizing that it's good enough for everybody else, and it actually makes me feel good in the end, going, yeah, you know what, you stopped at the right time, and the piece came out awesome. But yeah, it's tough.
What was that you were telling me about drunken responsibility?
Yeah, that was me last night. You betcha. I was trying to.
I thought that was hilarious.
I don't, Manny. I don't know if you've ever seen, but I usually, not for all of these spaces, but I try to do a little promo with the drink coasters and everything. Right, I do a little short 20-second video, and last night that's how I got into the bottle of prosecco, because I was like, yeah, no, I'll get on filming this tonight, and I'll do it, and it'll be cool. And I'll pour a couple glasses of prosecco as on the table to use them in the shooting, and I had a beer poured in a beer mug, right? And I was doing it so that when I'm done, it's like, well, I got this. Plus, I'm having a glass to begin with as I'm doing this stuff, and then at the end, I'm
I
like,
mean, it's there. You already got
that's
poured.
right. I actually poured the beer down the drain. I know some people will be like, that's sacrilegious, but I was like, well, I'm not. I'm drinking prosecco.
Well,
I'm not going to mix
I
the beer.
mean, unless it's Bud Light, and then they'll praise you right now, or
Right.
depending on which side of the fence they're on.
Yeah,
We won't get into
that's a
that.
different conversation. Um, but yeah, then like so I did it all last night, and then I just realized that I was just like lit, and I think I realized that, of course, when I poured the last drop out of the prosecco bottle, and then like I was like, getting the edit together, and then I'd saved this one. And I'm like, yeah, 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 and then I stopped and I looked at it. I was just before I posted it on Twitter, and I'm like, you know what, you should probably just wait until tomorrow. And then this morning I woke up and I played what I had made, and I was like, yeah, it's a good thing you didn't fucking put that up. That was terrible. Everybody would have to be on the same level as me to appreciate it, and we weren't. Anyway, yeah, drunken responsibility, Willie. It happens.
That was funny.
It happens. Um, Manny, I want to talk a little bit about Tez tones. I think it's a good
Coasters
segue
are dope, by the way.
to get into that.
So those coasters are dope, by the way.
Thank you. I know I've got this huge. I'm starting to get this massive stack of them now, and I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I do actually use some,
You're gonna have to bring them to Miami, and then hand them out to the artists
right?
that show up.
I could probably send all the artists their coasters too, like a set or whatever. But
Nah, make them come to Miami so we can all like have a big get
that's
together.
fair enough. Fair enough. I can crack them open a beer and throw their coaster underneath of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig it. And you know what? The way I came up with the coaster idea is because I had made myself a coffee table. A cabinet maker buddy of mine had these bar tabletops that he had made for a guy that was opening a pub, and there were four of them left over. He'd made too many, so he's like, "Oh, you want them?" So I made a coffee table out of one, and then not that I really cared that much, but I'm like, "Oh, I don't have any drink coasters. I need drink coasters." So I 3D printed drink coasters, and then I was like, "Hey, this is a good idea." So I've started doing that. It's really fun. I just need to get into the proper groove where I'm not doing it on a Sunday night, when I want to go to sleep. It's hard to find all that time. But yeah, they're fun. I dig them a lot.
Well, if I can get to Miami, yeah, I'm definitely picking mine up
Fucking
for
right.
sure.
All right. It's good to know.
The beauty about Miami, in talking to you, the beauty about Miami is all that that glorious neon and everything. It's all still there.
Oh yeah.
Like it's still Miami Vice down there. It's beautiful.
Miami is retro wave through and through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still alive and
You
well.
know, I was supposed to do I don't know if you saw, I was supposed to do a collab with J Burn, and it was we were supposed to do, he hit me up to do a collab for his piece called Miami Nights. I
Right?
think it
Yeah.
was a collab. There's a collab he done with it was with Neo. I think it was with Neo.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And
It sounds right.
and,
Yeah.
and I started working on it, and I put together a storyboard and everything, and I just did loads of stuff, and I was really excited about it. And then Jay Ben hit me up and he said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I'd already had an artist working on that." Um, and then, so I had all this stuff, and then he said, "Let's do something else." So then he gave me another piece, um, and so I got to work on that one, and I was really excited about that, and it was just going to be with me and him. Um, and then Jabin put out that he was leaving Web3. I was like, what's going on? And I didn't get that it was a joke. And eventually I sent him a message saying, I'm really sorry that you're leaving Web3. But don't worry, I'll just repurpose the thing that I'm working on, and I'll do something else with it. And I don't think he got back to me for a while. I think he was AWOL for a day or so, and then eventually he got back to me and he said, yeah. He goes, no, I was only joking. He goes, that's not real. But what he did say was, he goes, if you do want to still work on the collab, I'm absolutely cool for it. He goes, but if you think it's better suited for yourself, then like do it that way. And so I had a decision to make, and then I thought to myself, I really do want to do this collab with Jay Byrne, but the piece that I was making was honestly, and not to big myself up too much, but it's looking to be amazing, like probably one of the best things I've ever made. So I said to him, "Look, man, I think yeah, let's call it a day, and we'll definitely get back together at some point." So that's the real reason mine and Jay Burns collab isn't happening. Um, but I'm sure it
Yes.
will happen at some point. Yet, yeah, it will happen
Yes.
at some point. But I can't wait. I still thank him because it gave me the inspiration to make this piece, which is going to be now the first video for my own album, which I'm really excited about. Which is going to be called,
Cool.
tentatively titled, "Songs from the Fourth Dimension."
Cool.
Oh, I love the
So,
title.
Everything for a reason, right? Everything for a reason.
exactly, exactly.
Man, that's so cool. Yeah, he didn't go into detail with it, but because I remember I had messaged him or whatever about that. When I think you had posted up a tweet about that the collab wasn't going to happen for a little while or whatever. And I was like, "What's going on, man? What's going on?" And he's like, "No, it was just miscommunication, and then this happened, and then he has better use for the piece." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool, right?" I was just like, "What is going on?" That's all good. Everything for a reason. That's where it was supposed to go. I'm stoked to see it all come together now. Then.
I was a bit worried that people were going to think it's some kind of like behind the scenes drama between me and Jay Byrne, but there absolutely wasn't whatsoever. I've never got into drama before, so I just hope that it didn't come across that way. Yeah, we're still cool, definitely.
Yeah, no, it was all good. I mean, I wasn't thinking I actually honestly wasn't thinking there was too much drama or anything was bad. I just happened to ask him just because I had been communicating with him already. So it's like, what's up, man? But yeah, no, that was when he did that. He fucking caught a lot of people off guard. But I was like, in my head, I was like, I remember he's done something like this before. And
When he said he was quitting Web3,
yeah, yeah,
that part,
yeah,
yeah, I didn't believe it for a minute. I'm like, we'll see how long this lasts. He's probably just going away for the weekend or something and just want to be on Twitter.
right.
Be back on Tuesday.
Yeah, it was funny. Well, and it was so funny because people were like unloading pieces and like worried about the value of their Jaber. It was so fun. Anyways, whatever. Like I like to say a lot, right? Is that you talking good about me, talking bad about me, as long as you're talking about me. That's where it's at,
Yeah, I should have jumped on some more pieces while people were unloading.
right?
That was a bad play.
Well, that just showed you how fickle some people were, though. I mean, like, come on. Did you buy it just for right? Like it's like, well, still a Jay Burn tune. Doesn't matter whether he's doing it in Web3 or not. Why would people get rid of it? Doesn't make any sense to me. But that's me anyway.
Yeah,
Um,
agreed.
hey, Manny, would it be okay? Would you mind if I played Interdimensional Sunrise? I've never heard it before, and the fact that you said that there was audio to it, because today was the first day that I looked at it. Would you be cool with that? Can we do that?
Absolutely, yeah, I'd love it.
All right. All right. We'll take a moment. Everybody can stretch their legs, have a pee maybe, because it's about 2 minutes long. So, Interdimensional Sunrise.
Bits. I don't think it's coming through very well. It's like autumn reading on here. Not playing.
Did you say it's not playing?
Yeah, it's like auto. Are you trying to play it through a speaker or something? Like from one speaker into your phone?
Not at all.
It's like auto muting like background noise or something like that.
Oh, really?
It's at least it's not playing for me. I didn't just didn't want to be sitting here with bad air.
All right. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what's happening there then.
Well, you know what? This is recorded. You can splice it back in.
I well, I could probably go through that effort maybe, or just direct people and go, well, you got to go click on it yourselves. I was grooving to it, and then I kind of heard you in the background. I'm like, is Willie saying something?
Oh, I know, and I'm like, oh, did he walk away from his computer? Can he not hear that it's not playing, and nobody else can hear it?
Oh, wait. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's.
I didn't want the Twitterverse to be like, what the hell's going on here? Why are we playing Dead Air for 2 minutes?
I just actually just give me 1 second here. I'm gonna check something. So it was it actually would have been playing on the recording. It was playing. So I guess it's just for some reason it's not coming back into our phone conversation, but it was definitely going out to the universe. That's all good. It was there.
Okay.
It was there. So even there. Thanks, Willie. Thanks for interrupting it. We were all listening to that, Willie.
My bad.
Jeez.
Yeah, just go back and edit all this out.
It's all good. It's all good.
Forget I said any of this.
Manny, that's a great piece, though. I really like that piece. That's
I wish I could have heard it.
got a good vibe. It's as retro synthwave as you can get. I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was
I was mostly telling you all that because I couldn't hear it and I wanted to hear it, and I didn't want to play it on my end, screw something up.
All right. Well, you can listen to it. You can listen to it on Tuesday in the future, Willie. I just don't.
All right.
Yeah, like that song there on that piece is something that I would have easily listened to as a child on a cassette tape over and over again, no problem. I like dug shit like that so bad when I was a kid. Still do to this day.
Thank you.
And you said earlier that was the first song that you had done?
That was the first one. Yeah, that was with GarageBand, and it was back in I honestly can't remember when it was. It was last year at some point. And it was a piece that I made because the visuals for it are based on a painting I'd done called Out on Bail, and you can probably find the original. Sometimes I post it on my Twitter, but you can find the original on my either on my website or on my Instagram. And it was a painting of a character who is just leaning out of a window, and he's smoking. And this was my kind of foray into using Blender, so I thought, let me recreate this scene in Blender. And then I just got carried away with it, and I turned it into this animation. And the rest of it is kind of history. I kind of made a piece of music to it, and I thought, right, what am I going to do with this? So I actually gifted it to everyone who owned a certain amount of my pieces. I think if you owned 6 or 7 of my pieces at the time, I think it was, then everyone got an airdrop if you did. So yeah, that's what that piece was for. And then I think someone put an offer in and bought it as well. A couple of people might have put an offer in and bought it, 1 or 2. So yeah, and that's what that piece was made for.
Dope.
So what's the best way to follow you? Because I seem to keep missing drops apparently. So like, where's for my own personal knowledge here, where's the best place to find out? Is it your Twitter? Because I follow your Twitter. I've got noties on it.
Yeah, Twitter's the best place. And usually my latest piece is going to be pinned. So Twitter's the best place. But if you are on my email list, which I believe you are now, well, at least I know Willie is. I send an email out as well to everyone on that list of a new drop. And I do put it on my Instagram as well, but as far as I can tell, Instagram has no effect or impact on my sales whatsoever. So I guess Twitter's the main place. But I do want to start redoing my website this year. I need to put some work in and put some time into that being a portal so that people know what's going on just by going to my website, because I think social media is becoming more and more a hit and miss
Right.
with how you can connect with people. So it's nice to
Yeah,
have a definite place.
the algorithms are definitely not predictable anymore, at least. Even as far as like following someone, like I said, I follow you, but I don't seem to get tweets from you. Um, unless you're one of those I have to go through and search out and find your Twitter to
Yeah.
go through. And
Yeah.
I'm just not on Twitter that much anymore to be able to do that.
Yeah. Twitter's definitely
One thing
become a fucking mess.
now that I do know though, so what I do sometimes do is like for the audiobook is I'll sometimes go and DM people if I know they want something. I'll DM them and let them know. So I'll definitely make sure to hit you guys up when chapter 3 comes out. But yeah, it's like a careful balance, isn't it? Because you don't want to bother people too much, because you want to be in people's minds, but you don't want to be that annoying person that bothers them too much. So,
Well,
Spamming.
but now I
and
know I'll definitely hit you up when chapter 3 drops.
but the reason the other reason I bring this up is you shouldn't have to do that either, right? Like if I'm following you on Twitter, I'm speaking to Elon now essentially. If I'm following you on Twitter
Uh-oh.
and I have my notifications on, I should just get your tweets. So you should only have to be able to just put that tweet out, and then everyone should be able to get it. You shouldn't have to go into people's DMs to actually reach them if they're following you. Again, I'm talking to the algorithm, not really to you, but it's frustrating, for everybody, I think.
Yeah. Well, definitely this last round, when Elon took over, this last round of what happened is just it's been the biggest bombshell to all of this, because I've said it a million times. Like at first, like figuring everything out and starting and running the WX8BK Twitter account, it was great because there was a rhyme and a rhythm to it, and it helped. And it was like just every day get up, do the flow, keep it going. This is how it works. And now it's like, yeah, I have to work very hard to try and stay in touch and keep at the top of people's minds without DMing, because yeah, that algorithm is just not great, is all I'm gonna say about
Yeah,
that.
I think
the
it's.
main
I think it's.
thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
There you go, Willie. It's cool.
Oh, I was just saying. I think it's funny what you say about Instagram too, about it not affecting your sales at all, because you know I don't run it very hard or very efficiently, but I've definitely seen zero people come in from Instagram into the space. I
I
use
th-
it because some artists that we've talked to are only on Instagram because they're not even in Web3. So I kind of use it as a DM tool to contact some of the artists that we met in Miami this last year. But I post about this space every week, and I've seen zero come in. So I think that's kind of funny that you mentioned that too.
I think
Well, I think the main thing for drops, I think the best thing that anyone can do is follow someone on Object, because it's supposed to notify you of people you follow of their drops. The only thing I think Object still need to do, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they need to find a way to have that as an email alert so that you can get emailed if someone drops something. Um,
Yeah, because
Obviously, you've got to
if you
choose
go a
because
week
if
without
someone's
being on
dropping every
Object,
day.
you're not going to see that. So if you ran chapter 3 for 5 days and I'm not on Object that week, even if I am following you on there, I'm not going to see that until after that drops down.
I check Object every day.
I do
I
sometimes.
was gonna say I don't
You know,
believe that you don't
a
look
lot of
at
times I do,
Object.
but I mean sometimes it's just lulls and get a little
Fuck.
busy
But
IRL, and I'm not on there every day. But
yeah, I think that's why they need to connect it up with an email so that people actually get properly notified. Because I don't think they do that yet. Like you don't get notified through an app or anything. You just have to go onto Object to find out.
Mm-hmm.
So they really, it's on them at the moment to do something about it. It's not actually. No, I agree with what you're saying about Twitter, but it isn't Twitter's job to do that. It's the marketplace's job to be able to give us some kind of facility to know when our creators that we like are dropping something, and to keep us informed. So I think it's probably something that's coming, but obviously these things take time. But I do think that would be more Object's job. If you have like the TZ Creator stuff, so is it TZ Creator where you can run your own contract and put it on your own website? That's then up to you, I guess, to have an email list or something. But I think definitely if you're putting your stuff on a marketplace, I think they should definitely put that as a thing, priority list. I think.
I just fixed my
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I just fixed my Retro Manny problem. I wasn't following you in Object. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I've found a few of those.
That was just my way of asking you to do that.
It's like fuck.
Well, the problem is I gotta remember to go in after this and get to my computer and then do it. I think I am, but I may not be.
Yeah, see, Object. It's kind of, Object has actually become a little bit of second nature to me just because of that. Because I like to jump on those things. Like Billy O'Neill is a great example of somebody that randomly drops shit at weird times, and it's not like I have to do much. It's just like I open up Object and go, oh, there's notifications, so I always just click on that. Oh yeah, it's nothing, or it's this, or it's whatever. But I actually find myself checking Object a lot. But yeah, it would be a little bit nicer if there was a notification, an email, or a push notification or something that came up. Would be really cool. All right, Object, if you're listening, don't we have connections? Who is it? Lily White's got connections at Object. Maybe we'll talk to her over at Tez.
And Flex.
And Flex.
Flexosaurus Rex there.
That's right.
The Tez vending machine man.
But
the Nanosaurus.
But I mean, it's not like, yeah, but I guess the thing with Object too is it's not like they're not doing anything. They are advancing Object. They're making changes. It's just, they can only do so much, right? I mean, they're already taking Ethereum and credit card. Like that. I think that was just a stellar move. Like the amount of people that I've seen that have used Ethereum to purchase Tezos pieces already just in the last few weeks is huge. Like I think that was a brilliant idea on their part.
Yeah, it was a boss move. That was definitely a good move.
Well, I mean, really,
I don't use that enough. I gotta steal that. I gotta steal the word boss. I gotta use that more. I love that
boss move.
Sorry, I digressed already.
Yeah, but I mean, it just goes with any business model, right? In the real world, you want to be able to accept payment in any way, shape, or form, right? The easier you make it for people to give up their money to you, the better off you're going to be. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like in Vegas when I saw.
I don't know why I see this whole thing, Ethereum Tezos. I really see it as like a death row bad boy thing. I saw a meme ages ago. It was a meme of Suge Knight saying, if you don't want someone all up in your contract, then come to Tezos. I thought it was hilarious. So that's how I've seen it.
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
I think that's before I moved to Tezos.
That's fucking awesome.
That might be before I was in NFTs, actually.
Awesome. I just found a piece I've remembered. I was like, I remember I got something airdropped from you at one point in time, but it was when you did a space, and I think it was specifically for the launch of the Tezos Outpost 2049, and everybody that was in that space, you sent us an NFT for it. I just found that here. I was on there. It's the Tezos Outpost 2049 space drop. You called it.
Yeah, it's like the front cover of the book.
Yeah,
that's how I'm seeing it.
Oh, is that what it? Cool. Okay, right on. Yeah, I dig it. I found that there. I was like, yeah, that's right. I do own this piece, and I remember that I was in that space that day. It was you're one of those folks where I go, when the hell do you sleep and when the hell do you do things? But obviously, you manage to juggle it all because I mean, we're doing this space pre-recorded this time. I mean, obviously, once again, we're taking advantage of being able to pre-record and make it comfortable for everybody to be on here at a time when they can manage it, which is awesome. This works out well. We did our first one with Mem's CXI a few weeks back. She was in Australia, and she's like, "Well, I've got a job. Like, I can't just drop it and come talk to you guys, right?" So that was the first one we did, and it went over huge. It worked really well. Like, I was astonished because, I mean, Willie and I were still there on the space in case things went wrong, which they did right at the last 20 minutes of it, which was funny. But yeah, like people were there, and people were still throwing up still throwing up emojis. Like, I thought that was dope. Like, even though they knew it was pre-recorded, it was fucking cool. I really liked it. I can't remember where the fuck I was going with that story. Damn it. I was gonna say something. Yeah, but you're. It just seems like I always seem to see retro Manny in a space somewhere. Like you do a lot, and plus you're creating and taking care of a family all at the same time, dude. Like, superhuman? Are you superhuman?
I think my wife would probably kill me if I said, yeah, I do it all myself. It's down to a huge amount of help from her. To be fair, we help each other because she's got a YouTube channel, and she recently left her job as a teacher, and she's really pushing to create that, and she's doing really well actually. So she just broke the like 1,000 YouTube subscribers, which is like way harder to do than Twitter and Instagram. It's like an absolute feat to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So she's doing really well. So we kind of lend each other a hand where we need to, and kind of swap over. So we're like a tag team, I think.
Well, let's
And then it's
let's
just
give her
about
a plug.
learning.
What's her YouTube channel?
So she's called Higher Self Vibe. Um, if you can get all that in one word, Higher Self Vibe on
There you go.
YouTube, and
Go follow her.
Go follow her. That's right. She does really good videos actually. So all of her stuff is about overcoming trauma and kind of increasing that spiritual connection as well. So it's a lot of really, I think, very helpful for what people are going through nowadays, and it's kind of in line with what she's been through in her life, because she's had a really difficult upbringing. So yeah, it was about time that she started doing something for herself, and she got out of the teaching career, and she's decided to build that for herself. So yeah, we kind of tag team the kids, um, work. We're basically office buddies now because we both work from home, and yeah, we make it work somehow.
Yeah, I tried that with my wife during the pandemic, and I about bought her own house to work out of. I was like, I don't know how we're gonna do this, but this isn't working.
That's a good husband. That is. I'm not, don't set a precedent because I ain't doing that.
Yeah, but,
You wrecked it for
but we're in completely different fields, and she's just on the phone all day, and I'm like, I can't concentrate with you just talking.
you're wrecking it for so many men out there now, Willie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. So, but I want to backpedal just a little bit, and I want to say that we've talked about mental health a lot on this space. So if that's what your wife is kind of talking about and helping people with her YouTube channel, then I think that's really cool. And I think that would help a lot of people that might be listening and have been guests on the space previously. So
Yeah, definitely is all about mental health, and I think it's kind of had a bit of a bad rep recently, the idea of mental health that I've seen. But again, this is Twitter, right? So everyone's opinion gets equal and unequal footing. But yeah, I think it's really important now, especially in our space, the NFT space, with everyone basically thinking that they can make art full time, which is awesome, but not realizing that they're actually setting up a business, and they find themselves running a business and not realizing all of the difficulties that come with that, and all of the mental health problems that can come with that, like burnout and other things. So yeah, I think it's a really important subject, and we need to talk more about it. And there needs to be more advice, not just awareness. It needs to be more advice coming from people who actually know what they're talking about, and have that experience, because there's a lot of advice given about mental health that is just not helpful. It's just kind of thrown out.
Oh, you mean like
And
drink water?
it it's shallow. It's not. It's just it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. It's not real advice, right? It's just kind of you know
it's
we're
sound
here
bites
for
and
you.
quotes, really. Yeah, it's sound
Yes.
bites and quotes, but there's no kind of substance to what they're saying. So I think we need to get to a point, and this is everyone's own journey as well. I must stress that. But it'd be good to get to a point where mental health is something that's actually dealt with, not just there's not just awareness around it. There's actual places people realize that they can go to get help and to help figure things out and to process what they're going through, not just know that they have a mental health problem or that this, because, people talk about mental health as a taboo. It's like no one thinks that physical health is a taboo. Like everyone has a physical health problem at some point in their life. And it's the same with the brain, with what you're going through emotionally. Like you need to recover, you need to have techniques and in some cases medicine, but in some cases like exercise or whatever it might be, it's in certain ways that actually help and build yourself up. And you have to have the right mindset, and the right attitude, and you can't just suddenly change your attitude. You have to go through a process. All of it is about going through this process. You can't just snap your fingers and read a tweet and everything's all good. You need to understand what you need to do and how you need to take control and take your power back. So yeah, I think it's a really important thing.
Hmm. It kind of, I think, it's really funny that, but I was going to say it's funny that it's still kicking around because I was going to use it. It's like the 1950s kind of man thing, right? Where it's like men don't cry and you provide for your, it's all good and blah blah blah. But um, it's still around. And I mean that's what I think is it pushes it all down, right? Is like you don't worry about it, pat you on the back. Men don't cry. Don't worry about it. Women, women. Oh, yeah, it's okay, honey. Go into the corner. Don't worry about it. You're good. Like, it's crazy that shit all still exists. Even like it's come up in this space a gazillion times, a gazillion times. And the thing that I like to push all the time is talk about it, right? Even whenever we talk about it on this space about mental health, I always say, right, my bits DMs are open. The WX8PK DMs are always open. You know, I'm always willing to
I
listen.
mean, we're definitely, I'm definitely not one of the people that's going to give you this really deep, profound advice.
No, I'm just what I
But
was
you just
getting.
need to say hi. I'm here for you.
Yeah, no, that but what I'm more talking about when I offer that, what I always say is that it's just good for people to listen, right? And it's if you're not very sure on the advice that you're going to give or what you're giving, at least listening to somebody is very, very important. Having those people just talk and let that stuff flow out if they want to, without judgment, without going, well, here's what you do, or well, why do you feel that way, or that's silly, right? Like, just listening. Just listening is a really, really big thing because sometimes it really helps people to just talk shit out, right? And just grin and nod and grin and nod. Don't don't give opinion.
100%.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Bits, because it's a difficult topic to talk about accurately, and properly, and in a helpful way. And one of the best things you can do is listen. Like I said, I was a teacher, right? And I was a teacher for teenagers and young adults. So the sheer amount of problems I came across, and sometimes there's nothing you can say. You have to listen first, wait it out, and then, even from a professional point of view, there's only a certain point that someone like me was qualified, but sometimes they'd only want to talk to you. They wouldn't want to talk to anyone else. And so you do need to listen more than anything else. And it's actually a skill for your own mental health as well, as to listen, because not just try to force your own ideas onto other people. So yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And you know, I mean, not to make this too difficult a topic, but it's just the reality of it. I mean, in terms of what you said about men, in my culture, so you know, I'm an Indian guy, and I known about I think it's up to about 11 men who, either friends or family, have committed suicide now. Young men as well, not old men, young men my age and younger, um, because of not living up to particular expectations and not knowing there's a way out. Um, so it's a bit of it's a very difficult thing to talk about. I think when we're talking about social media, um, there is a lot of uh, not just wrong advice, but there's a wrong attitude. I think one of the greatest examples is, which we all know about, is the grind culture. It's like, this is how you become rich, this is how you become successful, this is how you make it work. And we have to know and learn and educate ourselves to understand what it means to take on other people's opinions, and what it means to deal with what other people are going through. Like, you can't take it all on as your own and feel that you should meet those expectations. And that's the biggest problem with social media. It's like, okay, so that really successful person is saying that that's what you're supposed to do. That's fine that they say that, but you can't take that on and then believe you're inadequate because you can't do that. You're unable to do that. Um, Having someone who's open enough and willing, like you say, like yourself, to listen to someone to explain their problems, if they can, that's really, really helpful. And it's, definitely all power to you for having the time and patience to do that, because it does take a lot of energy, and it takes a very um, you know um, particular mindset to be able to help in that way, and not everyone can do it. So definitely much respect to you for that.
I'm going to tell you right now, and Willie will it's the only time I shut up. I fucking talk constantly, but when it comes down to that stuff, that's when I know that and it's just because I mean, I've gone through my own problems, and I work through, and still to this day still work through my own things, and having somebody listen, man, I know how good it makes me feel, right? And maybe even a pat on the back or a hug or whatever at the end, or just knowing that somebody listened, right? And then in my own head, as I'm talking, like if I'm speaking to somebody trying to unload a little bit, just kind of it helps me too, because I work through things as I'm unloading to a person and talking to a person that's listening. At the end of it, it's like I kind of work through things. It's like kind of like talking to yourself helps, right? But having you're not talking to yourself. You're talking to somebody else. It just helps. It totally helps. Yep. That's good. It's good that people, and hopefully, yeah. And I think you said it earlier. Like, hopefully one day we all just realize that it is what it is. It's just like getting a cut on your finger. It's just like a health problem, a physical health problem. Like everybody, it happens to everybody, and there's always something at some point in time. And listening.
And don't just like go get a dog or a cat or have kids because you think that's going to solve a problem. Don't ever do that. Just don't do that.
Yeah, you need like 10 cats.
No, that's its own type of mental health. That's something different.
All of a sudden we need to talk again. Fuck.
Okay. So you in all that, not to take away from any of that, it was all very well said. Uh, but you said,
But it's definitely good to lighten the mood as well. So I appreciate that you did that. I think some people get, so like I said at the beginning, man, you can't take things too seriously sometimes.
That is my 100%.
I
That is my
I try
gift.
to be the comic relief around here.
Yeah, no, we do that, and that's in my real life. That is what I do. Anytime anybody asks what my, you get those things like people be like, "What's your superpower?" And for me, it's always that I can make people smile. I can make light moves, and Willie's very fucking good at it too. But yeah,
Whether you're laughing at me or laughing with me, I don't care.
There you go.
I can take a punch. So I was gonna go back to you said when people come into Web3, they don't really realize that they're starting a business and they're running a business. Where you seem to be very good at that, the business side of this. Does that come from your filmmaking schooling, or is that like from family, or like how does somebody go about being better at that? Where does somebody go for those kind of resources?
Well, I think, just seeing as we're having such a candid conversation, I think firstly I would say definitely doesn't come from my immediate family, because my dad, even though he did have a business, he had a couple of businesses. He was a terrible, terrible businessman. Um, and not for the reason you might think. He was. My mum always used to say he's too honest, which is hilarious. Because he's a very honest and, like, I guess, upright man who wants to do things properly.
Too
I guess that was his downfall.
too nice a guy to be in sales, kind of thing.
Maybe too nice a guy to be in sales. Yeah, I
That
guess
was me.
so.
I couldn't do sales anymore. I'm like,
I,
I don't care if you buy a
some
yacht.
people have it, don't they? Some people just have it. But yeah, he was terrible. But I guess his dad was a very, very good businessman. So he came over from India. Like they lived in a mud hut, pretty much poverty, not much land. Even though we're kind of quote unquote farmers, which are supposed to be the wealthy people, we had very little. But he came over to England and worked in the factories, sent money home, and not only built a better life for himself back in India, but also built essentially an empire for himself, I guess you could call it. He was never a millionaire, but he was very successful in that he, had everything on rent. It was able to retire, go back, live in India, and kind of live it up. My dad, unfortunately, didn't get that gene at all. Um, so I maybe it skipped a generation, but in terms of business for me, it's something that I had to learn when you leave any art course, right? You've got to know that in order to get a job, you can't rely on your CV. You've got to rely on being smart and having solutions to some kind of problem, and figuring out and learning how to explain to somebody that you can actually solve their problems with creative decisions and what you've learned. And that takes time for a start, and you start to figure out a way, I guess. So I was always going from job to job, trying to explain to people how what I've learned as a filmmaker and an animator, I can somehow make money for them, or I can do something for them. And that led to me having my first business, which was, I'm quite proud of that business. It finished in the end, but I did learn a lot in dealing with clients and things like that. And I was still really young when I did it. And over the years since then, I've had more and more jobs, and then kind of figured my way through. And I guess now at a point where I'm at, I can bring all that knowledge together and all those mistakes I made together and reapply them in a way that works for me. And I guess we've just got better resources as well, right? Like YouTube and the people that can teach you things that you wouldn't normally know. You've got access to all this kind of info. Like I follow a guy called Chris Do, who like the information he gives away for free is insane. It's pure gold for any creative. So I strongly suggest that. I always say in every single space where we're talking about sales or business or people not being able to do well, Chris Do, go and look him up and follow his advice. It's brilliant. So yeah, I'm able to apply that, and I know I'm an artist, and I realize that it's a creative endeavor, and I want to maintain my integrity as an artist. But I also know that in order to function, I need to make money, and no one's paying my bills unless I'm actually out there trying to, get working. So you need to have that kind of business acumen to get you through the day or get you through the month, and um, it requires that skill. So it's something we all need to start learning more of, as we build in this space, because there are some artists who have quote unquote got lucky. I don't necessarily believe in luck, but that's a whole other conversation. But they've got lucky and they just managed to make sales and people love them and it all works out for them, and that's great. And other people are looking at them saying, well, that's not fair. How come they get to do that and it's not working for me? Um, this is where you got to arm yourself with the right knowledge and start going out and doing something about it. So, yeah, it's really important.
Yeah, we've definitely something that we've heard over the past year of doing these spaces and talking to various artists. We've realized that artists are terrible fucking salesmen, right? They're not good at doing that stuff. Like a lot of them are. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely ones that we've talked to, like yourself, and who have a grasp on it and what they have to do and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, artists are very good artists, but they're not typically great salesmen at all. And I don't see. I
Do you
don't
know
say
why
that.
that is, though?
No.
See, I think I have a theory. I think firstly they think it contradicts their integrity. But I think we've also been brought up to believe, capitalism as artists, right? Capitalism is bad. Money is bad. And so anything that aligns with that makes you bad. So you create, like, artists create these self-limiting beliefs for themselves, and they trap themselves in this box, and then they can't get themselves out of it. That's from what I've seen personally. And
I think
I'm
that's
not
a
just talking
great
about the
theory.
space, but I'm not just talking about this space. I'm talking about people I've met over years um, in real world. It's what we do. We do it all the time, and only when you're aware of it, you start going, "Oh, wait a minute. Why would I? Why would I tell myself that money is bad? Money is not bad. It's what certain people do with money. Usually, powerful people that we see in the news and in the media. We go, that's bad. Why would we make that and appropriate that to ourselves? That's not. We're not being fair to ourselves. We need to give ourselves a fighting chance, right? So we need to change our attitudes towards money. I know that sounds uncomfortable, but we really do.
It's like an indoctrination of the art culture, right? Where, like you said, you know artists are always taught to kind of be anti-establishment, anti-money, anti-capitalism, but yet Sotheby's has no fucking problem, you know, selling artist paintings for 2, 3, 50, 60 million, taking their 10% off the top of that from the seller and giving the artist zero. So it's like, it's using the artist to financially gain from yourself when the artist makes nothing, by constantly teaching the artist that yeah, your art's worth nothing until you die. So don't worry about
Exactly.
money, because your art won't be worth anything until you're dead. So don't worry about money. You'll never have it.
We're
Don't worry about it.
we're actually worth more to people like that when we believe that. But we empower ourselves when we believe, when we escape those beliefs, right? But if you think about, um, again, the idea of money is, um, if you want to make a certain amount of money, then you should just tell yourself that that's what you're worth. And Chris Do has this really interesting kind of formula, right? And I don't think it's owned by him, but it's where I learned it from. And it goes a little bit something like this: is that the the seller determines the price, the buyer determines the value. When the value exceeds the price, that's when a transaction is made. So if you break that down, right, so if I say, for instance, my piece of work, my piece of art is going to be worth 100 tezos. Loads of people could look at that and go, I'm not paying 100 tezos for that. That's not worth that. Someone might look at it and go, actually, I value Retro Manny. I think his artwork is really good, and I will pay 100 tezos for that because what he's given me in exchange for that is something that I feel will be valuable to me in some way, shape, or form. So at that point, that's when the transaction happens because they've decided that that is more valuable. What they get is more valuable than the amount of money that they're spending. And you can't please everybody. So you just have to really decide what you want what you think your value is, and just hold on. Um, and you got to be realistic about it, right? Because but that realistic attitude has to come from yourself, not from what you think the world thinks of you. Um, and that way, you'll have the patience to wait because people are going to get what your value is. It's a little bit like, was it Claire who like didn't let go of a piece until like for like it was 40 ETH or something like that, and wouldn't sell it for anything less. I don't know if I'm getting that right. And then it eventually sold for that much. It's people just know what their value is, and they go, "I'm willing to wait
Mm-hmm.
because I know what I'm worth."
Yeah, that
Yeah,
I've
the kind of flip side to that is the artist who, doesn't see that sale immediately, drops it. Well, you're dropping the value. You're not dropping the price, you're dropping the actual value.
Yeah, and value is all perceived, right? Like it's made up, absolutely made up. Like it doesn't, especially in the art world. It's like
Yeah,
what is the value of it?
especially in art. I was going to tie it back to, some of the artists that do the best in the space are ones that come from at least a little bit of like stock market trading knowledge, like because they have that mentality of buyer versus seller kind of thing, and price versus value, um, and as strictly a collector, not an artist, like it's you always want to bring the seller value down, but then you don't, because then it's not worth as much later. So it's a very fine line to walk as a collector as well.
You have to be kind of first and foremost. I know a lot of people like to be artists, and I truly believe we're all artists on some level, right? Even people who don't pick up a paintbrush, right? Everyone's an artist, has the ability to be an artist and be creative. But the ones who are truly they get it are the ones that know themselves really well first. Like they really know who they are, and they have no qualms in stepping forward and just going, "This is what I'm worth. This is my value. Take it or leave it." They then have the patience to wait it out and have no doubt that they're worth it. Nothing will make them doubt that. And that's kind of the hybrid of the person who can make art and the person who understands their worth is the business person. And you've got people who will definitely say, yeah, but what about if I need to make rent by the end of the month and I've got all these other problems? And that's absolutely valid and fair enough. I always say take care of those things first. Like, get your basic needs of yourself and your children, very least, get them sorted out. Forget being an artist for that point in time. Do art as a hobby. Make sure you've got your basics covered, because you can't really truly make things work for you if you haven't got that stuff sorted. Now, there are really good examples like J.K. Rowling, for instance, or other people who are like, on welfare, and they just about making things work, and they were creating, they believed in this thing, but they still made sure that they survived and their family survived. Even sometimes they put them through hell. It's probably not the best idea. It's better to look after your most basic needs first, and then when you've got that on lock and you know how to deal with it, you've kind of clocked the first level, right? If you imagine it like that Maslow's triangle of the hierarchy, you figure out you how to make sure that you're secure and you're safe, and then you work your way up to a point where you can self-actualize. Um, then at that point, you know what your worth is, and you're happy to wait because nothing's going to stop you. Um, and again, it's hard to tell people this because it's a very difficult lesson to learn, and I think you kind of have to go through it yourself. Like I mean, personally, I've been through hell, and I've been through really dark times where I just thought nothing's going to work out, and for me, it wasn't until I learned these kind of lessons and realized these kind of things that my whole life turned around completely.
Just listening to you and Willie going back and forth about this too, it's I've been thinking about past artists we've talked to too, and I think the value, an artist giving themselves value, whether it's accepting themselves as an artist or accepting themselves as something that other people want to purchase, is a very tough thing for them to do. A lot of the times, um, we've had a few artists on here who even to this day they're like, man, I don't know why people are paying this much money for my stuff, and like I still don't feel comfortable with it. But yeah, sorry, that was just an
Well,
observation as you guys were chatting.
that's kind of why I think Threesome's approach is is pretty great too, because he does come from some sort of market background, which he wouldn't tell us, but we know that, he said yes, he does in some way, shape, or form. But you know he sells this stuff very cheap and then basically lets the market decide, and he derives value from the scarcity. So, going back to, we were talking really earlier about scarcity, and I think that, there's there's more than one way to bring value, is all I'm really trying to say. But yeah, I think I think it's really cool, and I think I like I said, as a collector, um, it's always I'll collect stuff just because I like it, but I definitely like stuff a little bit better when I know the artist understands how to bring value and understands the value in themselves and their own worth.
Yeah, and there's sometimes I put tweets out, right, and I'm very careful about the tweets I put out. I usually draft stuff up, and most of the stuff I do not put out because I'm thinking, no, there's just no point. Um, but one I did put out, which I thought was important, was there's two actually, which was one was like we need to understand about branding. We need to know the brand that we're building for ourselves. And there was a bit of pushback from that, even from good friends who really don't like the idea of branding. They're like, no, I love you to bits, but don't talk to me about branding. That's just pure nonsense, right? But I strongly believe in it. I think you need to build a brand. And one of the other tweet I put out was about complaining, and I strongly feel that any if you use Twitter as a medium to complain about things that aren't going right for you, I think it really can hurt your brand. So, for instance, like it's not fair that I'm not getting sales, or it's not fair that these people are getting this while I have to sit here and struggle with this. Um, I think it's really difficult for you. It poses a lot of problems for your brand because remember we talked about perception, right? The value is all perceived. You're telling people how to perceive your value. You're kind of giving people clues as to the fact that you don't even think you're valuable. Um, so I think it
Well
is
said.
really people have to be really cautious about what they say on Twitter for a start. Just because you think it, you can still be authentic and true to yourself. And think it and not say it on Twitter. You can talk to your friends about it. You can talk to anyone about it. You don't have to put it on Twitter because that's your outward facing brand. And for me, that's not false. You can think something. You don't have to tell everybody. You can still be open and believe it yourself. But think about solutions to those problems and think about how you're going to solve them. I think if your first thing is to take to Twitter, as they say, people took to Twitter, um, and complain about it before you've even processed it, I think you're doing so much damage to your brand.
Mm-hmm.
And you, it kind of says a lot about your where you are. And often, I believe personally that those are the people who are on their way out. They're not going to carry on doing this because they can't do it. It's not right for them, or whatever it might be. So I think it's really, really important how you put yourself out there as an artist.
I agree.
So
I agree with that
on
100%.
on a, on that same note, on a similar note, like where does toxic positivity fall into that? Where does the hype culture and everything's going to be okay and LFG and Win Moon, like where does all that come in?
Wag me. Um,
Wag me
you know,
exactly.
I came into NFTs pretty late, to be honest with you. So I only minted my first stuff back in April a year ago. So it's not been very long since I've been in this space, and all I kept hearing was toxic positivity. And for me, I didn't get it because I feel like the road to recovery for me, which I'll go into in a little bit later, but the road to recovery for me was all about changing my thinking from being constantly negative to uh, rewiring my brain to see the best possible outcome and changing the way I thought. So basically, positive thinking was my solution to everything. And then coming into this space and hearing everyone say, "Oh, toxic positivity," I didn't get it. Um, Only after a while I understood, it was the idea that we're all going to make it, and you're not allowed to say that we're not going to make it. You're and sort of being bullied out of being realistic. That I started to understand. Okay, so there's this culture in NFTs where we're all supposed to pretend that everyone's going to make loads of money because that's the way we pump something and change. It's all the way I see it, it's all matrix, kind of like creating a matrix for people so that they can, pump the bags of certain people and only a few people at the top benefit. That's more like a pyramid scheme to me. And
Thank you.
you just,
I fully
you just
agree.
you just got to know. I think it's just about just know which circles you run with. If you're hanging around in circles that you just sense straight away you can't actually uh, just have a proper real time conversation, because it's like everything gets shut down because you're being toxically positive or toxic anything. Like anything you say is criticized. There might be a point where you first analyze what is it that you're saying. Like actually try and scrutinize yourself. What is it that I'm saying? What is actually wrong with what I'm saying? Why are they saying that as well? And I think a lot of times, if it isn't you, and if you're kind of conscious enough to make the judgment, it's usually you realize you're threatening power. And if you're threatening power, usually you're probably saying the right thing. Um, because power doesn't like to be threatened. It's like established power. This is how things run. Don't come in with your ideas and say the opposite of what we all, you know, believe. Because that's like a cult, isn't it? Essentially. So just I think consciously about what circles you're running, and if those are the circles that you keep finding yourself hanging around in, then um, I think very first I would distance myself and go, okay, that's those people aren't going to change. Start something new, and or find other people that you, I guess, get on with more. And I feel if you have the right attitude, you'll always attract the right people. Um, like the whole Tez Tones thing for me, like I feel that's come at the perfect time where there is a lot of toxicity in the space. And for me, Tez Tones is such a breath of fresh air because it's like people who just want to have fun, people who want to be artists, people who are taking it seriously, but also they know nothing is a quick fix. And we're all kind of just really working towards something that we're just so passionate about, and we're open to discussion, and we're open. Nothing is like you can't say that, you can't say that. And I've never got that vibe from anyone in Tez Tones. Um, so that's what I feel really like. That's where I feel home when I talk to them, when I talk to people like that are in that group. Um, so yeah,
I
same
mean,
with like when I hang around in with Paper Buddha in Temple Talk. Just like that guy's an absolute legend, to be honest with you. Like I just feel like he fosters really good conversation, open conversation. He's very blunt and doesn't is not ashamed of who he is, and that fosters a really good culture as well. Um, and yeah, there's a few places that I like that I really respect, and I love being in those spaces. Everything else I kind of I've got limited time anyway, but I guess just gravitate to where you feel you're called to.
yeah, I mean that's definitely why me and Bits both gravitated towards Tezos in general is, like we were tired of the constant pumping and shilling, and like we just wanted to collect art from artists that we liked and support them. If they make it, great, and hopefully we did a little bit to help that. But if not, it's not. It's you didn't necessarily fail, but you just didn't make it as far as you thought you were. We didn't all become billionaires. It's all right.
Not
But
yet.
there's criticism, but we're generally positive. But just because you're in the space doesn't mean your shit doesn't stink.
Yeah,
We're a
exactly.
lot more honest. We try to be at
That
least.
goes back to
Exactly.
the branding kind of a little bit too. Um, Before I talk about branding more, the Testone thing, I definitely want to talk a little bit about Testones for sure because I fucking really dig what's going on with that project as well. Like, I think it's killer. Like we've had Fendel on. Fendel was like an early person that we wanted to have on this space that we were having trouble getting a hold of, and then we found out it's because he was in school on Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. So, but like the stuff that he's opened us up to, and this is one of the things that's come around because of him being a part of hanging out with us. Like it's dope. Like
And
just
he was going to join us today, but he had some friends in town. He just couldn't. So
that's why would you be with friends in town when you could be with friends online? Come on. um, but yeah, like this like it. I remember when he first started sending me this. Like he started dropping it to us in the space when we would talk to him. You know, after our guest would leave or during when our guests were on, it would come up and he was explaining it to us, and we're kind of like, yeah. And then I remember the first event when I finally went into the virtual space there and checked out all the pieces and got like it really kicked in. It's like I even said to Hash Brown, you know, I said to him, like, I'm like, yeah, people just need to, they just need to have the realization like I did. They need to find it. I mean, right now, this first couple rounds, I mean, you know, it's all coming to fruition, right? But once people figure out what it
Don't give
is,
everybody a blimp though. That's ours. We
no,
get a blimp.
yeah, and I mean,
Only us.
we're getting a blimp in, it's going to be so cool. But yeah, like
Soon,
I think
soon enough.
once people catch on, it's going to be huge because it's a brilliant idea, and the like just from the first round alone and listening to, I think it was on Wednesday, I was listening to the space where y'all were talking about it. I think you were hosting it, and it's like I just love the vibe, the way everybody's like, yeah, no, we're cool. I'm working with so and so, and I'm working with so yeah, we're doing this, and like hearing some of the processes and how things were working and what people were. Like, it was just there was no trying to talk over people. There was no I'm better. There was no nothing. It was just like people having fun. Everybody was excited, and it's a really cool vibe.
Yeah, that's for me. I mean, I don't know if Hash. I did listen back actually, but I can't remember if Hash explained the whole kind of early process of it. I know he went into detail about the whole crypto fam and crypto rap thing, and he tried it before, and it kind of didn't work. And after meeting us through Tezos Music, I think he knew Fendel before maybe, but I'm pretty sure he met Bases and myself through the Tezos Music DM group, and we kind of hit it off. And he started doing spaces because he had this idea, and so I kind of in those days I kind of got along with Hash because we both had an interest in Star Trek and other things like that. So I jumped in a few times and I heard him talking about this idea. And if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, and I'm sure Hash will tell you himself, the first time I heard it, I honestly thought, what the hell is this guy about, man? Like he didn't know nothing. That was my genuine reaction to it. I thought, what's he talking about sports for? And I'm not a sports fan at all. But because I really got on with Hash and I thought he's a cool guy. I thought I'll hear him out. I still wasn't feeling it. But what I noticed is that Bases, who, as I said before, like I'm a big fan of Bases, and Bases is definitely an OG in the space. I thought, why is Bases? He keeps going back to these spaces, and he seems to be a big part of it. So I kept going back and listening to what they were talking about, and I started having a bit of input and sort of questioning the idea a little bit more. Um, and then I think I became really annoying because I questioned everything Hash said. I constantly questioned it. And over time, I started to get it. And I realized I think I was asking the right questions because these are the things that were, um, I guess, you know, helping me to see what the idea really was about. Um, and so, the more I got into it, the more I thought, okay, this could be something. But I don't think I really committed to it. I personally think it was kind of assumed that I'd be part of it because I kept showing up. Um, and so I kind of felt a little bit of pressure. I thought, okay, do I have to do anything? And then they put together this document, right, that Bases put together and Fendel put together, and my name was on it with like my skill set and stuff. And I thought, oh, they these guys think I'm like a part of this. Then what do I do? Um, so I do what I normally do in those situations. I don't fight it. I just realize that you know what, I'm kind of being guided beyond what my overthinking self believes. Because I've got a tendency to like way overthink stuff, and I just went, you know what, just roll with it. And the more I got into it, the more I started to see what this was going to be worth. And then it came this draft day, right? So they were drafting the teams. So I jumped into that space and they drafted the teams and they paired me up with um, GX. who is been following GX universe for a while. He's a really cool guy, and he's got some great music and beautiful artwork. Um, and they paired me with another guy called JPZ, who had a crocodile for a for a PFP, and I had no idea who this guy was. Um, my first instinct was, you know what? At least I'm with GX. I have no idea who this JPZ guy is, but at least I'm with GX. I'm sure we could do something. So we started coming up with ideas for the project, and GX was kind of like, it seemed like in and out because he had a lot of other stuff going on. And the more I started realizing, I think it's just going to be me and this JPZ guy. So I thought I need to get to know this guy. I went onto his profile, and my instant reaction was, okay, he's like an ETH guy who's doing PFPs or came in doing PFPs, and I thought I don't know how that was going to work with me as an artist. Like I don't see how we could work together. But in his profile, he said, I've got another profile account, and it was his personal profile account. So I went to check that out. So I did a bit of digging, and the first thing he posted was, I guess I need to use this page to talk about my spiritual side. And the top post that he put was the history of Atlantis. And it just so happened that I was mega interested in Atlantis, and I was learning a lot about it, and has a big impact on the stuff that I create myself. Um, and so I hit him up and I said, "Hey, dude, what do you think about doing a piece about Atlantis?" And I think he was taken back. He was like, "Let's do it." And then he told me he's a rapper. I thought, okay, then. First instinct was, what if I do a synthwave beat and you rap over the top of it? Um, I guess rest is history, man, because we made, honestly, something I'm so proud of. It's I want to say I don't really care about anything being the first, but it probably is the first synthwave rap song to be about Atlantis. And he, like, lyrically, he comes correct. Like, it's brilliant. I could not have asked for it to be paired with anyone better. It was just an amazing, just amazing. This is just the first verse that he dropped, right, and he sent it over to me. And GX was supposed to do the second part of the song, but GX had to drop out in the end because he was just too busy. So JPZ did the whole verse, did the whole song. I created the visuals to what he'd written, and yeah, we went on to win. And I was just so glad that I became part of this thing. And I just kept thanking Hash Brown afterwards, like, I'm so glad you got me in on this thing because I didn't believe in it. And it's only through me, kind of sticking with it and you really believing that I could be part of this that, I managed to stick with it. So I just kept thanking him. And I just, I now am a massive believer in Ted's Tones. It's like the best thing that I've been part of in a very, very long time. So yeah, really stoked about it.
Fuck, if that doesn't sell everybody on it, I don't know what would. You
I
got
got a
me
couple
excited.
questions here. So okay, first of all, when you say lyrically he came correct, do you also mean like factually, or like what is known to be fact about Atlantis? Like all his facts were correct in his lyrics?
So
Or
we did, from what I could tell, yes, and then we did a space afterwards, and I quizzed him about pretty much every single line in the song, and it was even better than I hoped. It was like he said so much light on what he talked about, and about where he'd learned it from and how he'd discovered what it was all about. I mean, I can't say anything factually because they just don't know enough. But
there are no like real known facts. I would
there
say
no there are
kind
no
of
there
along
are
that
no
line, right?
exactly, yeah, because and it's interesting. So I recently watched something called what's it called, Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix, and even they're touching on it in that now about how a lot of archaeologists have kind of not wanted to accept the idea of an Atlantis, but there's so much mounting evidence for its existence. It's kind of, but they're slowly bringing ideas back into the foreground a little bit. But there's a lot of ancient texts and ancient tablets and things like that that have a lot of clues and ancient myths or stories from a lot of different cultures that allude to its existence. And the way he brings it in his lyrics is brilliant, man. Like I couldn't believe it. I just like you couldn't have made this collab work any better. Like it for me, it felt really, what's the word, man? Um, just like divine timing, for lack of a better word.
I was going to say
And
divine as well.
yeah, absolutely. And I was so glad. And that's what kind of, it was that collab as well, because that never would have happened without Hash Brown and this idea, and without Bases and Fender and Para, who all kind of brought this idea together as well, and made it happen. So just really grateful for it. And even though now, like round two, I knew I was going to be too busy to drop a piece of work for it, so I had to bow out of it. But I said, look, I want to be part of it as much as possible, which is why I run the spaces, and it's why I created the special token for all the artists and the collectors as well, because I thought I still want to really let it be known that I support this 100% and I'm totally behind it.
Yeah, one of the spaces that was like right after the conclusion of round one, you were still very questioning hash browns, and but you could tell that they were really good questions still, because you could almost hear his silence and then come back of like, okay, all right, no, that's a great question, now I know how to fix it. like 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 he had the question too, but he didn't know how to ask himself, and like you were asking those questions to him so that he could spot some of the flaws and some of the things that went wrong, and that he had an idea to make it better. So I think you're questioning, like, just kind of going back to the toxic positivity. I think you're questioning and not being toxically positive is really going to help that that whole thing grow and just become better over time.
Yeah, the culture, that's the culture we're trying to foster. And there's one thing I was very clear about, because I don't know if you've noticed, but all Tezos.
Yeah,
And then
I noticed that, or I heard you say that in that other space, I guess I should say,
well, one thing
which
I
is
was
kind of
quite
where I
insistent.
brought that up from.
Yeah, well, one thing I was quite insistent of was the value of the pieces that we put out. See, the way I see NFTs is, I know some, and you know, everyone's allowed their own opinion, but me personally, I don't see NFTs as something that should be available to everyone. I know there's this notion that, music NFTs, like music, it should be available to everyone and everyone should be able to get in on it. Um, I think everyone should be able to listen to it 100%. But I personally believe only you need to limit how many people have access to the NFT, because that's the true value, because you're giving people a slight step up to be able to own it, but you're giving everyone the ability to listen to it. So you're not discriminating from who can listen and who can be impacted by it, but you're giving few people the ability to own the NFT of it. And I think that's the value. And I think that should be worth something. So there was kind of initial, I don't know if I should be saying this, but there was initial talk about having it much lower price and really high edition. But I was dead against that, mainly because I guess just from a personal point of view, I just thought to myself, far too much work has gone into this to make it go for a small amount of Tezos. Like again, going back to, I believe in my value. My value is this. Um, and so I kind of wanted to make sure that that was upheld. But at the same time, I just felt like if we're going to do this, people need to see that we're bringing value to the Tezos music. Um, so I was really insistent, and luckily, it could have gone either way, because this is a democracy, right? All our opinions are valid to a point of a voting system. And so the 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 fact that everyone agreed with me and believed in what I said, um, it really, I think, has done a lot for the my belief in it, and for, I think, everyone's belief in it, because now it's at a point where it's at, I think, 675 TES volume. just having 6 pieces and no secondary sales. And for me, I think that's a really big thing because usually, you rely on the flippers to get the volume high, from what I've seen. But I'm really keen to make sure that the people who buy whatever it is that I sell, they want to keep it, they want to hold on to it, because they see that it's going to be something valuable in years to come. And so I think that should come with a cost. So yeah, that's my belief in it, and I'm really pleased that they're sticking with that and moving forward with it.
Yeah, and that's very true of your personal collection as well. That there are not a lot of flippers. There are not a lot of offers being accepted in there. There's a
That's
lot of people holding on to those pieces.
that's why I'm worried about getting
The
chapter
few
2.
pieces that are listed extremely high. I mean, not that they're undervalued. They're just out of my price range, I should say.
That's always good to see. I like to see stuff like that. I mean, we there's been a few collectors, like even when we had Mem XCI on, right? Her collectors are rock solid as well. Like it's basically impossible to pry anything out of their hands. Like you can make offers and they just go,
Yeah, you just
yeah.
you just got to get in on primary, which is why I asked earlier, like, what is the best way? So
I know that's why I'm so worried about getting chapter 2 now. But I gotta.
I know I don't even have chapter one. I know I listened to chapter one.
I've got the special edition for being in the space the one day though. So yeah, I got the album cover or the book cover. Sorry.
Well, you're gonna see offers on all those coming in soon. So.
Oh, here comes the Willie train. I'm actually gonna play.
So turn those noties off on
I'm gonna
on object.
I'm gonna play I'm gonna play the Atlantis ascending piece right now. So even if you guys can't hear it on your end, know that our listeners, our viewers on YouTube will be able to see it and hear it. So I'm gonna play it here. It's like 2 minutes long. So.
It's all in the mission. We're learning the 7 and reaching ascension. I follow the vision, the order of wisdom and hermeticism, and with precision. What's etched and written from scrolls and the tablets, the secrets of magic. The story is tragic, but listen, we got a decision to see what we're missing. What's human is passion. From all the way back when, and what really happened. The fall of Atlantis, the fate of our planet, polar in action. Don't fall for distraction. The harvest is happening. The mystery since Adam and Eve, you forget to read their prophecies. I barely mentioned the spiritual, cause all that you need is the golden rule. I saw it on top of the totem pole and followed the ladder, the heavy glow. The force is centrifugal and out of the center, the power, the sun and Luke gets right and under you. Stars and frequencies, we know we need to be power. Humanity, let it off, freedom ring. Let all our freedom ring. Let it off, freedom ring. We know we need to be power, humanity, let it off, freedom ring, let all our freedom ring. Harvest of broken identity, shot down like Kennedy, social identity, we need a remedy, focus on heavy things, lost in academy, pulled out on my life, things I said like LSD, cocaine and PCP, mostly just choked on the greenery, and sometimes a mushroom tea, married to Jesus, but none of it fixing me, ready to fix me. Work on it steadily, read from the scriptures and found at the core to keep poured it back into me, crystal that's grown, philosopher's stone, the ultimate one, least that's what the sources teach, I leave you with anything, no, the feeling is real, and it's okay to be for humanity. Just know it's okay to be free for humanity. No, they can't handle me. These abnormalities, soulless are enemies, zombies, anomalies, underground colonies, trolling our sovereignty. Let it be calling me the hierarchy of higher beings. A drop in the sea with an ocean breeze. The third eye sees, the chakra sings. It's like the Pisces is deep. So fuck what you think. Just follow your heart, cause it knows what it needs. The pyramid kings, but that time is over. Above us below. Clutches of rings. The eye is a heroist, lost in the seas. The triggers they sing. But knowledge eternal is only internally. Freedom, humanity. The fire you seek, the flame of eternity is sacred in unity.
I remember listening to that piece like probably 4 or 5 times in a row the first day that I heard it, and I forgot how much I really actually liked it. A lot. I don't know if you guys heard it that time. I think that's that stupid audio thing that fucking Discord does. But yeah.
Yeah, it didn't play too well for me.
That's all good.
Coming on this end, so
it can.
And I didn't want to break, I didn't know if it was still playing on your end, so I didn't want to break in and be like, "Is it over?" Or so
That's
I was
good.
waiting for you
Good
to come
call.
back.
Good call. No, it's a dope piece. It's a killer
I could
piece.
definitely hear the lyrics.
Sorry, you
I
couldn't.
said I could hear the lyrics.
Oh, could you? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah, it's something to do with Discord. Willie and I have run into this before because once he was trying to fix his golf cart and he kept trying to start. He's starting the golf cart and he's like, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "No, I heard it just went dead. Like I couldn't hear anything, but I could hear Willie talking." So it's something with the noise canceling with these Discord
Yeah,
calls.
it,
But
it auto mutes what it thinks is background noise, and you know
I
that's
assure
that's
you,
that's the AI working against us.
I assure you that we all heard that. It was amazing, and everybody's listening and throwing up fists and hearts and clapping right now. I guarantee it. Um, and for those that were watching on YouTube, I was playing the piece on there as well. So it's all good. We got this figured out.
That's what I'm talking about.
You guys see that's where I should have had a little code thing, and then we all could have came. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was great. Right? We got could have had fake response, but yeah, no, and all the pieces that were created for it were amazing. That's why I'm really stoked about this, and especially um, for those that are coming into the second round too, right? Because everybody kind of like loosened up a little bit with the first round, and now you know it's really in people's heads what's going on and what can come out of it. So I'm really stoked. I think it's going to get huge. And you've heard about the blimp, have you, Manny?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That is this is what the great thing about having somewhere like Spatial is. It's gonna give ideas like this just full room to bloom.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's going to be I don't know, I'm excited for it. He's like, because it's funny, he's like, when it came up, when Willie brought it up, and like Hash Brown's like, fuck, that's a really great idea. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And then, of course, Willie and I are thinking, well, yeah, cool. We'll just have WX8BK blimp up there. And, oh, did you hear me downgrade it there? I just called it a balloon. Jesus. But,
Jeez. It's a lighter than aircraft,
right?
Right? Lighter than aircraft.
But yeah, and then Hash Brown's like, no. He's like, if you guys can't be in there and visually looking down on the event, like from up there, he's like, that's what I want. He's like, I want you guys to be up there and you can have, and I'm like, oh, cool. All right. Like, send it, man. Let's go. Like, I am so super excited about it. I mean, we're going to be able to put that on our resume. Like, who the hell else has their own blimp? Like, I mean, Retro
Well,
Man.
I just thought it was cool. We were gonna have like a little blimp advertisement. And then he was he's basically asking us to be involved, and I'm like, oh, we're being involved. This is awesome. I
Sports
don't write
guy.
music. I don't do any of that.
Nobody,
I'm like, I get to be involved.
fuck,
Excellent.
nobody ever asks us to talk. Jesus. Really?
Yeah.
You just want us to be
True.
there to talk, eh? Okay.
Oh darn.
That's the one thing.
That's
Actually,
the thing about Hash though, right? He's such a team player. He's all about the team, and he's all about building something out. Like when people say we're building, and last year all you ever heard was people say we're building, and they didn't really mean it. But when he says it, he means it. Like he's really creating something amazing here. So, and he really wants to bring people along with him for it. So yeah, definitely all power to him.
well, I mean, I know, I'm sure Willie feels the same. I'm not speaking for Willie, but for me, definitely Willie and I have had this conversation that over this year of doing this every Tuesday, this space and hanging out and the connections that we've made, we're like Willie and I are still talking about like how do we make this like something more? I mean, I guess you don't want this to be. I mean, we would love this to be our full-time job, but let's face the facts. The odds are basically no. It's probably not going to happen. But seeing people get together and jumping off of each other or bringing each other in to use the abilities that everybody has that we know in this space, right? Like it's brilliant. Like that's this, Tez Town, Lily White there. They were the first people she was the first one to approach us and use us to promote an event for them, and we were flattered by that. And then for Hash Brown to come now and want us to be a part of this in some way, shape, or form, like that's awesome. That's kind of part of what doing it is all about, right? Like, I mean, it's not Lambos and retiring, but it's definitely using us and our abilities to do whatever it is that we do that we're going to be useful for to help everybody else out, because that's why we do this space. That's why Willie and I do this space, man. If one of our artists sells one friggin' NFT just because they were on our space, that's perfect, or gets followers, right?
And to kind of tie it back to the business conversation we were having a little earlier, I'm not a great businessman. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I do know that if you show up every day or every week in our case, something might happen. As long as you're there every week, you're going to get better at whatever it is you do. So just show up, just be there, and take it one step at a time. After that,
we'll probably have our own.
That's what we've done so far. So
we'll probably have our own Testone stats as well. That blimp has flown over this many events.
It's all about the stats. That's what I'm loving about this whole thing. It's all about stats. What are we building up?
Yeah, that's such an out of the box way to look at it.
If we get word counts to see who actually speaks more words, me or you, that'd be great. I want to see that Bits has spoken 3 times as many words as I have.
Yeah, fucking right. I can win that one. Yeah, these tokens that you created for this as well are cool. These little keyboards are fucking dope. And then what was the deal with the gold one? How's that gonna?
So the gold one is if for everyone who's collected all 6 pieces gets a gold one. So that's the most exclusive one. And so far, Flexosaurus and another collector called Scooney has collected all 6. So there's 2 for that so far, but they will be burnt. Whatever's remaining will be burnt on the 6th of May, which is basically the next event. And there's only 10, so whatever isn't claimed will be burnt. So there might only ever be 2 of them.
So you've got the opportunity to become a very rare collecting company.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And the silver one was for the judges, and then the other one was for all the artists who took place, the kind of retro wave one, glitchy one. And this is something that I feel quite passionate about, because I made these, but we want to give an opportunity for new artists to make a piece each round, to get into some of these, especially the judges' wallets, right? But do it in a meaningful way where they actually get royalties on it. So even though I created them as an airdrop, I'm not going to make anything from it, but I will make royalties from it if they are sold, or if they're later down the line. And the hope is that they will at least increase in value. And so we're not in for freebies. We're not about making things for freebies. But I think it'll be really cool if we can get new artists in the space who haven't got a way of getting into collectors' wallets. They can do it this way. So the fact that, for instance, the next round, the judges are Paper Buddha, Ex Mortal, Kableen, and Shoku. If you're a new artist, that's a way of getting into their wallets, and that's really cool. That's a really cool thing.
And by you creating that first one, you've already kind of set that perceived value pretty high.
I had to get my stuff.
If you're a new artist listening, that's
it's a fucking retro Manni, for Christ's sake,
to be in.
Right?
That's some really good company to be in.
Yeah. Well, then, and again, that's right back into us doing this space, and the connections that you make, and the people that will do things, and just to help out or whatever, right? Like, it's yeah, and it just gets the eyes on people. Just seeing, it's like being in Hollywood. You got to be at the parties. You got to be seen. Right? It's all about being seen.
Absolutely.
I'm wearing my best Saturday clothes right now to be seen.
I'm wearing my giant sun hat.
Yeah, no, I'm super stoked for this Testones project. Absolutely.
I just want to take a quick pause. We've been going almost 3 hours, so I want to make sure, let you know that if you've got something to do, I could sit here and talk to you for another 2-3 hours, but I'm just trying to be cognizant of your time there, Manny. So,
I'm good. I'm good. My wife just came, dropped me off a glass of water, and said I'm going to bed. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good for a while.
All right. On that note, then, can you tell us about Club Manny or Club Retro?
Yeah, I can. So man, this is taking me back now. So when I first came into the space, I had just the one collection. So these were all pieces of work that I had created back in 2020, either during lockdown or while I was at work. I was, on my breaks and stuff, just messing around with Photoshop. Um, and so when I minted all of them in that collection, I also created this one other piece, which was the retro club piece, which is the one we're talking about. But that wasn't part of the collection. But what I did do was create 100 of them. Um, and for everyone who bought one of my early pieces, I airdropped this to them. And I used that initially as a way to capture email addresses, because I knew, in the long run, social media is not the best, obviously, option to keep in touch. So I built an email list. So every time someone bought this, one of my pieces, they'd get airdropped this piece, and then they'd use that to, I guess, evidence that they can sign up for Retro Club. So they come to a website, put in the password, and then I basically get their email address and I keep in touch with them. Um, but over time, as I became more and more, I guess, prolific on Twitter, and my following grew, and people kind of knew who I was, it wasn't so much about the email list anymore. It was more about this piece that people were getting, and it eventually um, got completely handed out. So all 100 pieces were given out, and even some sold on secondary as well. Um, and even someone who left the space asked me what they want me to do with it, and they said they're going to burn it. They don't want to hold on to it. So they let me know that, and I said that's fine. You can burn it. So there's now 99 pieces. Um, but yeah, so everyone who initially collected from me, those first 100 collectors all have one. And so I got thinking at the beginning of this year, what can I do to bring value to these people who believed in me? Because this is no longer about the email now, because I've been able to keep in touch with these collectors, and they've been really supportive of me. But what can I do to give back? Because I think it's really important that people actually gave me the time of day in those early few months. So my idea was, I'm going to create a very special collection, and this is going to take time. So don't expect this anytime soon. But this is something I am definitely working towards, and already creating a little bit of work for as we speak.
But
I'm creating a
get in
bunch
now
of.
while there's still some on secondary because you know there may not be soon. We just
I
talked
think there's
about how
one.
strong your collectors are.
I think there's one left on secondary at the moment. And so what I'm going to do is create that as a like if you hold that token, I'm going to use that either as a burn token or something like that, so that when I create this new collection, I'm going to create 100 or 99, sorry, because there's only 99 left, 99 one-of-one pieces. Um, I'm thinking I'm really, really excited, even though PFP season's probably gone and I don't really care about seasons, but I'm just really excited about doing this particular kind of characters that I want to create, of this world that I'm building. So I want to create this massive collection where I just give all 100 away to everyone who owns that um, that retro club piece. So my way of thinking was I'm going to ask people at specific periods of time to burn. So like I'll release maybe 5, and then ask people to burn, and whoever burns first will get those airdrop to them, and then whoever's was late to the burn will get the next 5, and next 5. And I think that's also a way of showing who's still active, because I know there's a lot of people who are no longer active, who still own that piece. So I want to make sure that people are active before I airdrop this piece, so that they actually are still in the space. So yeah, so that's something I'm doing. I'm looking at doing. So it's like you'll get a one-on-one. Not AI. It's gonna be Blender, as far as I know, either Blender or a painting. I'm still toying with both ideas. yeah, it'll be a one-of-one piece by me. And yeah, it'll be in exchange for that early support.
Yeah,
I hope that makes sense.
that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work not
It is,
using AI.
it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but this is, I think it's twofold, right? I think firstly, this is kind of a reward because I really believe that those people who supported me at the beginning, I wouldn't have continued making NFTs if I didn't see it was a possibility with that first collection. So the fact that they're still here, I think, is really important. Um, and the other side, I think there's just these ideas that I need to get out of me, and I don't want to do it as a standalone collection. I want to do it as I want to make it more. When I say standalone collection, sorry, I mean as a something I'm going to put up for sale. Um, because I just want to make it something that's quite exclusive. And I think this is the way of doing it. Um, and it's also drawing a line where I'm going to be upping my prices. So that's going to kind of be the last thing that I give, I think, really for a good while that I'm giving away. And then after that, the pieces that I make, they're becoming more and more like short films now, what I'm creating. So even sustaining them at 25 Tezos, I think is not really realistic for me now. So I'm looking at the literally the short films I'm making, reducing them to like one-of-ones as well, and putting them out for much higher prices. And like we talked about value earlier, like just waiting. I don't mind waiting, but putting those out because for me they're much more representative of the story, the big story that I'm trying to tell. Um, and so yeah, these one-on-ones that I'm going to give away for the burn token, that's going to be like a marker. This is the end of that chapter now, moving forward.
And just
So we're not looking down the line of reduced pricing for holders of those going forward on forward pieces.
Of what? Sorry, of those of the ones exchanged on the burn token.
No. Well, I was just thinking, yeah, for the club holders, you know, um, a lot of artists would do like reduced pricing. You know, like you say, if you're up in pricing, they would do reduced pricing for those still holding that piece on new pieces, kind of thing.
I think for the short films that I'm doing, because I'm still assessing. If I'm going to be honest with you, so I'm kind of thinking in real time right now. But for the short films, there's like a lot of what I go into that. I feel like they're really poised for like a one-on-one, bit of one-on-one time now. And I want to put those at the prices that I think are gonna sustain me. And then look at where I go from there. I think that's the point I'm making here.
Okay.
I think.
I mean, yeah, I'm just throwing out ideas myself. You know, I'm not.
Yeah.
You know, just spitballing here.
I just for those just
go
for
ahead,
those that are,
Vince.
just for those that are listening on this broadcast. At the time of broadcast, there was one on secondary available for 8 Tez, which is no longer available. And there is the only other one that's available for sale right now is 95 Tez. And that's just because I bought the 8 Tez one. I really well, it's so messed up. Actually, honestly,
a little pre-air perk, huh?
no, I don't. I'm really trying to think back to when, because I do remember, like a couple months ago, Manny, you were talking about like you were tweeting about it, about like, hey, like these are the only ones available, blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah, no, I remember I looked into it and I'm like, yeah, no, totally, I'm gonna pick one of those up, and I swore that I owned one, and then I was just sitting here today and I clicked on it and I looked at it and I'm like, I don't own one. And then I checked because I thought, okay, maybe I bought one for the WX8BK wallet, and I went in there and there wasn't one, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, no brainer. I got to buy this one. So I bought the 8Tez one anyways. Well, I had to clean it up a little bit, just get that 8Tez one out of there. There's one for 95.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
And I really hope that what I create you're gonna love. And I can't wait to give that to everyone. I think that's gonna be really. I'm really excited to see what people think of it. I think it's going to be kind of an intro to a whole new chapter for me. Like I was saying, yeah, I just can't wait to just gift all those supporters with everything that I've been working on.
Because I even saw that Willie has one, for crying out loud.
I was one of the secondary buyers as well. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
I think it might be the only piece I own because I can't seem to catch notifications like we talked about earlier, or and I came kind of late to the party.
I totally.
So
It was funny back at the beginning of the space when I had mentioned that you had worked with Fendel, and then you said no, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm sure."
mhm.
And then I'm like, "Well, why would I know and you wouldn't?" But anyways, yeah, no, it was. I just was going through my wallet here, and it was a WWW Ronin piece that he had done a couple with Fendel.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I
Also
was
another
thinking.
dope artist. Like I love that. I love WWO Ronin.
I think they're working again on this round of Tez Tens.
And they're working with Mi Retratito, who is a musician as well. She's phenomenal. So yeah, that's gonna be one to watch.
Oh, I'm fucking pumped for it.
Big,
Yeah,
big,
it's
big Fendel though. Honestly, Fendel. I never had any idea how much of an OG Fendel was. He's like proper Hicket Nunk days type. Anyone who's for me says Hicket Nunk, back in Hicket Nunk days, I'm like, yeah, you know what you're talking about. You've been here for a while.
yeah.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to hear that you only came in April of last year. Did you say last year?
Last
2001.
year, yeah, 2022.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to hear that. So what what finally brought you into NFTs then? I mean, not that I'm like some super OG or anything like that, but just to hear that, like, because I think I even moved to Tezos in like March of last year. So
Well,
it's a little surprising to see that someone came in after me. I just
well,
feel like
I
I'm super new to the game.
yeah. Well, I had no intention of doing NFTs to be honest with you, for a good while. When I was a teacher, I did when Beeple made that sale. I did start teaching my students about it because I was telling them I think this is something we need to at least know about. I didn't know anything. I mean, I knew very little about but the whole thing, but I did what I could to try and give the students a bit of a head start, I guess. But I didn't really touch it again after that. And then my plan was to leave teaching, and I was just going to really make a start on my art business. Um, and I don't think, to be honest, I don't think I really knew what I was going to do, but I'd bought myself some time, like savings and things like that. And so I bought myself some time, and then I quit. I quit teaching in 2021 of summer, and then I started doing a little bit of research about how I'm going to get everything started. I'd done a little bit while I was a teacher for a good year, but I was kind of figuring it all out in terms of how my days would work and what I was going to use to build and how much time I'd bought myself and how I was going to spend the money and all that kind of stuff. Um, and then, summer passed, came to September, and like the worst thing happened to me. I had a heart attack, and I was like completely blindsided by it. I just, after just the realization of having had one and trying to understand what it meant for me, and having all these kind of questions because it was a really bad one, and just having all these questions about my life and mortality and all that kind of stuff. Um, I kind of went into, I guess, a deep depression, and was on loads of medication. And suddenly, all these expectations that I had for myself and what I was going to build for myself and my family and everything kind of all went out the window. And I must have been about at least 3 months just completely wallowing in self pity, unable to move, unable to really do anything. I had an operation. And that really took it out of me. And so it's a long recovery for just getting my heart back to normal walking capacity, just to be able to walk a long enough distance. My wife used to take me out for literally for walks to IKEA, and I would walk probably about 10 meters, and I'd have to sit down again, and I'd be out of breath. So this whole period was just like it was hell, really. Um, and then it wasn't until like I randomly was driving. We were driving somewhere, and this video of Joe Dispenza came on the end of random at the end of a YouTube video. Just Joe Dispenza. This video came on. So Joe Dispenza is this quite well-known guy who talks quite a lot about the quantum field and about changing your life and rewiring your brain. And I listened to it, and after this, months of depression, suddenly just something triggered in my head, and it spoke to me, literally spoke to me, like took me by the scruff of the neck and said, "This is what you've got to do." And there was pretty clear instructions about this is what you've got to do for 4 days. And it was all about using those 4 days really productively to rewire your brain. And by this time, by the way, I'd become someone who's not very nice to be around. I was really ratty. I wasn't very good to my kids, in terms of just not speaking very nicely to them and not wanting to have the time for them, not speaking very nice to guests who came over to come and see me because I've obviously been ill. I just didn't want to be around anyone. And so these 4 days, I really actually put this into practice. And it was almost like a caterpillar butterfly situation, right? So at the end of these 4 days, I just completely changed. And suddenly out of nowhere, bearing in mind that I'd been a teacher for 10 years and I'd been a struggling filmmaker / artist for a while, trying to make something work, having big opportunities, but then losing them, big opportunities and then losing them. And so nothing really had worked out for me. After these 4 days, it was quite ridiculous how I'd spent, I think, was it 4 years trying to get a film off the ground, trying to get it funded. No luck whatsoever. And I got a call saying that I'd got funding for the film after these 4 days. And I was like, this can't be right. Like, this is quite literally what Joe Dispenza says would happen. Not that I'm trying to promote him. I'm just genuinely saying how it worked. I completely rewired my brain. And the idea is that the more you rewire your brain, the more you attract the things that you've been blocking all this time because you're negative thinking. And so that made me think, okay, so this is actually working. And then the next thing, I continued to do it and started feeling all these blocks kind of fall away. And the other thing that happened was a friend called me and said, I really think you should do NFTs. This is your time. You should do it. And I didn't waste any time in taking this seriously. I thought, well, you know what? The film thing came to me after all these blocks. I should try and take these signs seriously. And so I started looking into NFTs and started doing a lot of research and looking at ETH and looking at Solana and looking at all these different Cardano and all these XRP and everything, right? And really looking into where NFTs were, where I should go. During that time, while I was doing all that research, still practicing all this stuff and still really rewiring my brain and really making sure that I don't fall into negative thought patterns. I'm always thinking, one of the main thoughts I had was that everything is happening for me, not to me. So this stuff is all happening to direct me towards a particular thing. And then the next thing I know, I get a call from an organization that is looking for artists to commission artists to create pieces for the Commonwealth Games. And so after a bit of back and forth with them, I got the job for that. And so they said, we want you to make a big mural and it's going to be on display for the Commonwealth Games. And so I got that job and I was like, wow, this is really starting to like unlock a lot of things for me. And then not after, I got a call from an agency that said they're doing a job for Nissan and they want me to create a billboard for Nissan and a big metaverse project for Nissan. And this was the point where I was like, okay, so let's really put this to the test now. And I really risked a lot here. And I said, I'm going to demand, and I'm not going to go into detail on exact how much, but I'm going to demand a lot of money. But this is Nissan, $multi-billion, whatever organization, worldwide organization. I'm going to demand my worth because it was to promote a new vehicle. And whatever I demanded, I actually got that in value. It took a bit of time for them to get back to me, but they got back to me and I got it. And from pretty much that moment forward, I don't think I needed any more evidence that this is what has been blocking me all these years. I need to change the way I think. It's the way I think that controls the success that I have, not what I do. And that's a massive shift, right? Because usually you think I've got to do something. What do I do next? What do I do next? And I realized it was actually it's about what you think and about those limiting beliefs. And then just going back, bringing it back to NFTs, I was really puzzled on where to sell NFTs. And randomly one morning, a space popped up on my phone, and it was Wise talking about object. Excuse me. And she was talking with someone from Taya. I don't know if it was Merchant or someone else, and they were running a space. So I listened into that space, and just listening to what they talked about and how they spoke about Tezos and about what was going on, I just knew straight away that's the marketplace I need to be on. And it was more Taya actually, so I was drawn to Taya. So that's when I first minted. My first things were on Taya, and I just took that plunge from then on. And it took me a while of all these other things happening in the background before I can finally make a decision on NFTs, and that's when we came to, I think, pretty much late March. And then it just took me some time just doing the right research and making sure I knew how to mint and what it meant to have a profile and everything. And yeah, then the rest is history. Just built from there.
Talk about the
Wow.
universe having a plan. And then smack it, and then
Wow.
right?
I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't know. I want to make sure that you were done. I didn't want to like say anything else. It's like, holy crap. So and you don't have anything on any other chains currently, right?
No. So what I did do, I left out. Sorry, I left out one bit of information, right? So when I was still experimenting, I had to test out. I wanted to test out Polygon, so I minted some, not for sale, but I minted a few things on Polygon, just to send to people, just to see how it worked, and it was the worst experience I've ever had. And that's what made me know this isn't right for me. Something's not right about this. So that's why OpenSea and ETH, I was like, no, thank you very much. I didn't like anything. I just got a really bad vibe about it. Sorry, I'm not bad mouthing anyone, but I personally got a really bad vibe about it. It was slow. I didn't like the interface. I didn't like anything about it. And I subsequently then just burnt everything. I think there's one piece that I think is still in a friend of mine's wallet, but nothing for sale on there at all.
I found
I think you're the.
I
Sorry,
found
go ahead, Ben.
I found Polygon very awkward. I didn't like it. That one fishy PFP project we were actively involved in back in the day, Willie. I mean, there was a little bit of that went on Polygon, which I understood why it did, was because like the gas fees on ETH, right? So you jump on the Polygon, it's just you can do things differently. But I fucking hated it. It was always a pain in the ass. It was always annoying. Still to this day, in my wallet, it says that I have like 150 whatever. Like I have money in Polygon, but it never works to take it out. So it's really fucked up. I just walked away from it. I'm like, I don't like this anymore. It wasn't friendly.
Yeah,
It crashed a lot too. I don't know how it's been recently, but yeah, a year ago it was constantly down, and yeah, more problems than it was worth. I was just gonna say, I think you're one of the few people we've talked to in a long time that's kind of only Tezos still. Most people are multi-chain now. So I think that's really interesting.
I'm looking into Bitcoin. I'm going to be honest. I'm looking into Bitcoins. I was looking into ordinals. I'm looking into stamps at the moment as well. But it takes time to understand. Like, I really understand Tezos now for what I need it for, and I understand object, and I know how to work it to use it in a way that works for me. So that is the main thing. But I definitely I'm not a chain maxi at all. Like I am definitely, whatever works for the artist, I think is the most important thing. So I am looking into how Bitcoin could be used. But yeah, time will
Well,
tell.
Oh, that's
I,
it. That's it. The interview's
I
over.
think
We're
with
done. We're out of here.
you,
No.
go ahead, Biz. I'm
No,
sorry.
I was gonna say. I said, okay, that's it. The interview's over. Thanks for talking to us. Bye. No, just kidding.
Okay, I was gonna flip side that. I was gonna say I think with you, I don't think it mattered which chain you ended up on. You really understand. In talking to you today, you really understand how to bring that value to your pieces, to yourself, and to your collectors. So I don't think it mattered where you ended. You were still gonna bring that value, and you were just gonna, like, if you were on ETH, you might have priced them. You might have done additions of one because that's how you had to, justify the gas as opposed to additions of 10, and just made it that much more expensive. Um, you can tell you really understand all that.
Once again, into that
And I
And I
branding.
like,
think it's definitely learning as well. You've got to keep going. You got to keep learning and trying new things because sometimes you get it wrong, right? And you got to figure it out. But I think that's what Tezos allows you to test stuff out, and it's been a really good way for me to understand everything. But not just that. One thing that does frustrate me a little bit, um, and I have to keep caveating this. Like, this is just me, by the way, right? I'm not trying to badmouth anyone. But what does frustrate me is the attitude that you should just experiment on Tezos. Um, I think it is a very valid place to have a NFT career as well, if you want to, like, or an art career, whatever you want to call it, and just be on Tezos as long as you have a plan and you know how to build yourself up. I don't think it's just a place. I don't think it should be seen as a place just to put whatever you don't think is worth the ETH. I think that devalues the whole ecosystem for me a little bit.
thank you.
So
I
I
fully agree
personally
with
don't
that.
like even seeing that myself.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. And we've kind of heard it a couple times, and I just kind of stood back in silence and, all right, sure. I'm not really here to argue about this right now, but yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Like the
Well,
value is where the artist puts it, really. So if the artist wants to put all their value on Tezos, then it can be there. If
it's
they don't want to, then you can devalue the entire ecosystem by having a group of artists that all say the same thing, that it's just their testing ground, and
well,
all their real important stuff is elsewhere.
and those few people that do say that, like this ties in with the branding conversation earlier. That, like, I don't know. To me, that takes them down a level. To me, right? It's because it's like basically you're just telling us that everything that I purchased and I have in my Tezos wallet that I really love, and then you're just telling me that's shit. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Right,
Doesn't change my opinion.
you're devaluing my collection,
Yeah,
basically,
they're
of what
devaluing
I like. Yeah.
themselves, right? Like, it's like, doesn't matter. It's like, just kind of veering off a little. Like, this story pops into my head that like, I had a remote control rock crawler, a remote control truck that my old roommates had pitched together and bought me, that was worth a lot of fucking money. It was like 600 Canadian dollars or whatever. And then I had to build the whole thing, and I love it. I still have it to this day. It's right behind me right now, and I remember when I went in to get parts for it, and I went into the hobby shop, and then the guy was like, "Well, why'd you buy that? You shouldn't have bought that. That thing's just stupid." And da 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 da. And I'm like, but that's because you told my friends to buy it for me, right? Like, what's going on here? But that's kind of the same thing. It's like, really, you're gonna, like, you just, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe that story didn't tie too tightly in with that, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's fucking devaluing, and it's brutal. And we definitely have not heard that often, but for sure we've had people that have said that in this space. It's quite a surprise. I'm a fucking
I couldn't even remember who specifically said it either. Like, that's how few we hear it, but I know I've heard it, and it resonated. I'm like, I don't agree with that. I don't like that.
I think it resonates most. So I think it affects people most who put their best stuff up on Tezos. And then to hear, especially when you hear like a quote unquote big artist who sells for a lot of ETH say, yeah, I just mess around on Tezos a little bit. You kind of go like, you didn't need to say that. It might be true. It might be true. That's what you're doing. But I think you've got the wrong idea of what it is. So I suppose what we can't do, we can't control what people say, what people think. But I feel for me, my biggest job as an artist, and you know, I'm not saying I'm here as a savior. It's for my own benefit. Is to make sure that I'm putting out stuff that's really high quality on Tezos. To say, yeah, this is yes, it is on Tezos, and there have been spaces, by the way, where I've been told directly, um, and not in an aggressive way or anything. Just this is what people think, and that's fine. But why are you on Tezos? You should definitely go on to ETH. Um, and that's why now for me it's almost like I want to prove something, that I can do more on Tezos. I think it is a good place to be, um, and I think I can build something, and I think I can build something because I'm creating something that I'm really proud of, regardless of what chain it's on. I'm personally proud that it's on Tezos. I'm happy that it's on a chain that's low gas fee. It enables artists to be able to put their work out there and sell it and get more than just likes for an image. Like that used to be the currency back in the day, if you remember. It enables people to actually make money without costing an arm and a leg. So I'm proud to be part of that and part of that culture. But I'm also going to be proud that I'm creating something I think is more of a legacy and something that's going to help build my business as well. So yeah.
Well, and especially now, like like we mentioned earlier, you can buy Tezos art with ETH now. So
Yeah,
no reason why you can't build
Yep.
something great on Tezos.
Well, that honestly
exactly.
takes away one of the biggest arguments that everybody always used to have, right? It's like, well, come on over to Tezos, it's fun. It's great. Like, there's great art over here. It's amazing, and they're but I gotta like get a wallet and fucking how does it work? Like, what is it? Which I always found is a really confusing conversation because it's like if you have any kind of wallet, if you're dabbling in crypto, it's no
You had
different.
to get an ETH wallet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no difference in having an ETH wallet and there's to having a Tezos wallet. There is fucking it's the same clicking on the same things. It's not like we speak a foreign language over here, right? Like it's the same fucking things. Buy is buy, right? Like
So on that same note, and because man, you mentioned looking at Bitcoin. Um, I do find the Bitcoin marketplaces and wallet structures and things like that confusing, but it's also more just because I haven't spent enough time researching and looking into that. Not that I couldn't figure it out, or I mean, I have a Bitcoin wallet that has NFTs in it, um, but yeah, I don't know how to sell those NFTs if I wanted to. Let's put it that way. So I mean, I understand there's learning curves, but Tezos is not one of those that has a learning curve really. If you've already got other wallets.
Yeah, Object made it really straightforward, and it's not like they haven't still got stuff to do to make it better, but they've really been doing a lot of work to make it as smoother process as possible. So I definitely love. It feels comfortable. It feels like it's a good user experience. Bitcoin, I know it's early. Part of me feels like there's a culture there which is growing, which would be interesting to look at. And truthfully, one of my biggest reasons for being interested in Bitcoin was Paper Buddha. The moment he mentioned it, I was like, yeah, this guy often knows about the culture. Um, and so I feel like I saw that as a bit of a good omen. But
Yeah,
like I said, I'm
he's
looking
pretty good
into
about
it.
being in front of trends too.
Yeah, he knows. I mean, and not that I'm, saying that he's the gospel truth or anything. And I don't want to put that out there, but it made me listen. It made me go, I think there's something here, and I want to look into it more. But there's like ordinals, and now there's this whole thing with stamps. So it's complicated, and my
I just thought
brain
I was
can't wrap
starting to
around
figure out
it.
ordinals. Now I don't know what stamps are.
Yeah. Well, excuse me. I only recently learned about it myself, but and that's just very surface knowledge. So I know it's going to take time for me to actually process and understand it. The nerd inside of me is going, don't do it until you can figure everything out. And that's what I was doing with Tezos. It was like I had to try and figure everything out and understand it before I did it. Um, I guess it's my dyslexic brain that really just gets confused very easily. So I need to really have it in order that makes sense to me, so that I can know what I'm doing. Um, so yeah, but we'll see. I'm not making any promises, but I do like the look of it. I do like the idea of being in on it, even with just one piece. Um, but yeah, we'll see.
I think it's funny that you say that. We're early on Bitcoin NFTs, but I think they were the first chain to have NFTs. So it's kind of this weird, like the trend is regathering over there, but it feels early.
Yeah, it's
So
where
it's
the
kind of
momentum is, isn't it? It's where there's momentum, and I guess there's momentum now, and there's people rallying around it. Um, I do. I mean, I do like trends. If they have some kind of impact and they feel like they're going to empower people. I do not like following trends just because that's what everybody's doing. So I am trying to make sure I'm on the right side of that line. Um, I personally feel that there's a potential for Bitcoin to have a similar vibe to Tezos, and that's just gut instinct. I feel like there could be like a very art field community building over there, but maybe it's not ready yet. Um, but I think there's something interesting there for sure.
I I can totally see that because there's always been a kind of anti-establishment with Bitcoin, right? I mean, that's kind of the
Yeah.
whole point of it is anti-bank, anti-establishment. So I could see there being a good trend picking up over there, that will last, like you said.
Yeah,
But
I agree. I agree. I think the whole ethos of Bitcoin as a thing, as an entity, not just as a currency, but just as what it represents, is quite powerful. Just for bringing in a new way of living life. So I feel like that could bleed over into art as well. So let's see.
yeah, the one thing that always scared me about Bitcoin was the child porn. I don't know if you know about this, but
I don't
really
know.
early, really early on when they decided that they could put images and text on the blocks, in the hash blocks and things like that. Uh, some groups started attaching child porn on purpose to certain hash blocks so that they could say, if you own that block, you own child porn. That's always kind of made me a little weary over there, is but
What?
I never knew about that. But you know what, I'm not going to get too deep into this stuff because I don't know anything about it. But I think Stamps is supposed to write that, correct that people can't just put images on the block. Is that right? I might be completely wrong. Might be way off
I
there.
don't,
But
like I said, this is the first I'm hearing about stamps. I don't know.
You guys are all talking such a fucking foreign language to me. Whatever.
oh no, you know what, bits I am fully. It feels like a foreign language as the words are coming out of my mouth. They're just flowing. But I might be talking absolute garbage.
Well, most everything you said up to now, you know, I I believe you at least.
Hey, whatever, man. You talk with confidence. It's got to be true. No, you guys, both of you would definitely know more about that than I, because I don't dabble in any of that crap. because I just Tezos, Tezos, the friendly easy chain.
There's your advert.
Yeah, I love me some Tezos.
Been flipping around. I've been flipping around on this. So for those that are watching on YouTube, I've been really working hard this space to actually get some really good visuals up there, sharing retro stuff. Whenever we've been talking about specific pieces, I've been trying to be on the ball and actually having that up on the screen. So hopefully it pans out really good. I'm learning how to talk and chew bubblegum all at the same time.
Well, I feel like I'm finally back in the conversation after like 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, you don't have
been out of it.
No sicknesses and
yeah,
Easter bullshit. No, dude, you
exactly.
So you're not so Manny, you're not in the Tez Tones as a participant this round, correct? You said that you're just supporting.
Yeah, so I'm basically hosting a weekly space, which is
Wednesdays,
I
right?
guess, well, we have two Wednesdays, yeah. So every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Pacific, I believe, is a space where we kind of do it as a meet the teams, and closer to the times we'll do it as a meet the judges as well. So it's just kind of a cool, fun space where we just find out what people are working on, just a little bit of shit talking to each other, which I always appreciate. I think it's a bit of fun, especially when Fendel gets on the mic. I think that's genius when he starts shit talking. And just I guess just finding out what people are up to and just keeping the whole thing moving, keeping the whole train moving. I find it really exciting to be part of. On the Mondays, we kind of do a space where I guess it's the back end where we're just talking shop about plans moving forward and anything, and it's cool because it's still open to everyone to come and get involved and listen in and find out what Tez Tones is about. But the Wednesday is really more about being an entertaining space. We wanted to make it like a sports channel. The idea was like ESPN, kind of meet the players, and talk to them about the game sort of thing. So yeah, just building up a bit of not so much hype around in the traditional sense, but hype for the event. Just getting people excited about it. So yeah, that's definitely one way I'm involved still. And then just I guess admin. That sounds boring, but like there's a lot of stuff that has to get done behind scenes. Just like trying to get judges involved. I guess just trying to get like all the written documents sorted, all the arrangements and organization and dates and even minting and stuff like that. So just trying to lend a hand wherever I can. Hash Brown, Bases, Fendor, Pana, all doing a hell of a lot of work as well behind the scenes. So really, really stoked about that as well. So just trying to lend a hand wherever I can.
When's an estimate of when we may see another drop from you? I know you said you're working on things.
Okay, so
nothing written in stone.
I've got on at the moment.
Sorry, you broke up.
Sorry, Bits, you go.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I was saying not that you're committing to anything on this space or anything, but sorry, that's all I was gonna say.
I'm 100% committed to this. So this is kind of my biggest announcement, and I'm really proud of this. Outside of Tez Tones is because it's coming up to a year since my Genesis release, which was the Cyberpunk collection. I had an idea a few months ago where I thought, because I'm a huge fan of pixel art, and I put out just random tweet saying I'm addicted to pixel art. It got a lot of attention, and Mizan then started sending me pixel art, different pixel artists as well, and other people were just.
Please say 8-Bado.
Say it again.
I'm sorry. Please say 8-Bado. Please say 8-Bado.
Oh no, no, not April. Not
Okay, I
April.
I didn't mean to derail it that much. I was just being a little bit of background.
It was. Oh well, when you see it, you'll know what kind of pixel art I'm talking about, right? And so it just got a lot of attention. This tweet did, right? And it got me thinking. I didn't realize so many people were fans of pixel art. I genuinely thought it was just me, and how wrong I was. Like pixel art is a massive thing in NFTs and on Tezos as well. So there's a whole host of people who full well know about them. And when you watch, I've started to get a bit addicted to listening to Pocobelli, Adrian Pocobelli's YouTube show. Don't know if you guys have ever listened to it. But he does a show where he looks at a lot of mainly Tezos art as well, and he's always talking about pixel artists. And so yeah, a few months ago, I had an idea. Wouldn't it be cool if I did a pixel art version of my Genesis collection to celebrate the anniversary? And wouldn't it be really cool if I hit up some of these, goats of pixel art on Tezos and see if they would remake all of my pieces? And so that's what I started planning. And so, yeah, I hit up a whole host of different artists. If I can, shall I mention them now?
Sure.
I've got a list of them here, so I don't misquote. So Brave, Mech, Pixel Quest, Bombadillus, Claudia, Pixel Dreams, Stalomir, quite a few others as well. No Wonder. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Armic888. So these are all really well-known pixel artists in the space who I've got to know over a period of time. And so I managed to recruit them to come and recreate some of my favorite pieces from the Cyberpunk collection. And yeah, that's something that's going to be eventually released on in April on the 25th, I believe. Is that Tuesday? If you can confirm for me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's April 25th. So I guess we'll be talking about that.
25th. Okay.
We'll be talking about that on our space when you do it.
Yeah, so 25th of April, I'm going to be releasing the anniversary collection of my Cyberpunk collection. It's going to be called Cyberpixel Anniversary Collection. And so it's going to have a bunch of dope pixel artists who recreated my Cyberpunk pieces into pixel art. All the pieces are going to have kind of like old school chiptune music on it, like, those old school computer game music, some of which I'll be creating, some of which the artists themselves have created. There'll be editions of 5, and I believe each piece will be, the plan is for each piece to be 15 Tezos. And yeah, that's going to be going on sale on the 25th. And Pocobelli is going to be doing a special space. It's the first mention of it, but he'll be doing a special space to help me celebrate the event, and we're going to try and get all the artists involved in that space as well. So yeah, I'm really, really excited about that. That's going to be amazing.
That
sounds
super dope.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm pumped.
I felt like it was like when like big producers when producers go and get big artists and create an album with them. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm kind of these artists, some of these artists that I'm working with are huge, man. Like, I'm really, honestly, I can't believe that they want to work with me. So yeah, I feel like I'm that small town producer who's going to find all these big artists, and they're all working with me to help me put this together. So really, really stoked about it.
It's another fucking killer thing about this space and this world that we're in right now. Again, is having access to these people, and then they say yes. Right? Like,
yeah,
Willie and I all the time, even, with yourself. I mean, there was no doubt that honestly, there wasn't a doubt that you wouldn't come on and chat with us, because I mean, I just hear you in your spaces, and I know what kind of a person you are. And I mean, to come on
but when I reached out months ago, I didn't know that. I hadn't heard him in any spaces. I was just like, oh, will you come on our show? He's like, I'd love to, mate, but it's going to be 2 a.m. So if you can find a time, so, here we are finally finding a time.
Yeah. No, and it's cool. And then, because Willie and I have ran into this almost every damn time we book people, honestly, when it really boils down to it, is that like you never think, and it's like then the artist is like, oh yeah, fuck, you bet, absolutely. Or the amount of times that we've had artists who sell lots of pieces and have recognition, and then they're like, nobody's ever asked to talk to me. And Willie and I are like, are you
Why?
fucking kidding me?
Why would they don't want to talk?
Like, or the other part of the coin is I'm too shy. Like I'm really shy. I've never done this before. Like I'm nervous, and it's very flattering to us to have them come on our space, spend hours with us, and talk about all kinds of great things. And you never know that the person was ever nervous or ever scared about coming on. And then after that, to see them on other spaces repeatedly and not as listeners up there actually, talking. It's flattering to me, honestly. But it's really cool. Yeah, it's just really cool that you can reach out to these people that, in your case, they're respected artists that you've looked at. You've looked at their work and everything like that, and you get to ask them to recreate some of your art. I mean, wow, right? Like, fuck, that's like totally cool. Only in this space, folks. Only in this space.
Only in this place. And you know what? I'd just like to point out as well, right? So I really love. I remember listening to. I've listened to a few of these spaces, but I really listened to the one of you that you dug deep in with Hash Brown, and I just thought to myself, people aren't doing this, and it is actually very. It's a great time to be in this space because, firstly, I feel like a lot of the crap has been weeded out. Um, and it's starting, the space is starting to mature, and it's still at a good time to be able to do things in a way that are creative and innovative that people aren't doing. So just sitting and listening to artists really go deep and talk deeply about what they do, that's, we kind of all crave that. We crave to hear that stuff, from each other and learn more about each other. And I always think, looking back 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll think back to this time and think, man, remember it was so easy to go and talk to Bits and Willie, sorry, about, getting interviewed and things like that. Or remember when it was easy just to go and jump into a space with basses and just talk with them and all that kind of stuff. I love thinking about that kind of stuff. Because that's what excites me the most about this time. What makes you appreciate this time for like how really exciting it actually is. And I don't think sometimes we think about that. We're always thinking about, well, we haven't done this, we haven't achieved this yet, no one's looking at me. But actually, we're all in here together, like creating something amazing, which we'll look back on and go, man, that time's not going to come around anytime soon again, is it? That was a great time to be a creator. That was a great time to be alive. So, yeah, that fires me up, man, and it definitely why I appreciate people like yourselves.
Dude, I'm smiling ear to ear. Right off the bat, thank you very much for the kind words that you just laid out there for us. We appreciate that very, very much, and I believe it. I really believe it. Whether Willie and I are here, doing this even next week or whatever, doesn't matter. I do firmly believe that people will. We have carved out this little tiny niche where at least we'll be a comment somewhere, or the fact of that we spoke to people like yourself, Paper Buddha, Empress Trash, Hash Brown, Fendel, all endless, just dropping names out there, definitely not in any order, shape, or form. Like, even when, as long as those people are around, somebody's always going to know about us because, these interviews are going to be out there. They're going to be there, and we did it, right? And we did it in that fashion that everybody has expressed to us, and the artists have given us big thanks for just making this conversation that we have for hours just a very comfortable spot to be and to talk about the stuff that the artist wants to, the artist basically of course we ask questions, but, having the artist take us in that direction and on that journey, and it's their space. This isn't a space where like 20 other people are going to come in and interrupt stories and stuff like that. Willie and I do that enough, right? So, I think that's, it is. And I have I may not make anything monetary off this or anything like that at all, but the friends, the homies, the people that I've met along the way are what it's all about. And I do believe that definitely in the Tezos realm, and hopefully bigger eventually, that the people will remember us. We will be at least in the conversation somewhere. I believe that 100%. There's no doubt in my mind because of the caliber of people that have given us their time to talk with us. 100%. Yeah, sorry. I was just really pumped up on all that, man. You pumped me up with that chat. Woo!
No, absolutely, and just to comment on that as well, right? It's that you're right, and I've had to do some interviews back in the day IRL, which are a bit cringe for the film stuff I've done, and cringy because no one really wants to talk to you. They've been given a job to do, and they're quickly getting some information out of you, and you can tell when people are not listening to you, but they're doing it because it's just something they've got to do. So it definitely appreciate when people actually, like you were saying earlier, people take the time to listen to you and engage with you and are interested in what you're doing. That's actually incredibly valuable experience. And the people who actually make space for that to happen are, like, for me, they're like heroes in my opinion, genuinely, because artists are often quiet, reserved people who don't know how to talk, and then often say the wrong thing in a in a tweet, which completely ruins the perception of who they are as a person. So when people actually give them the time to speak openly and clearly and care about their journey, that's it's invaluable. So definitely, it's appreciated that people like you are here, 100%, and I mean that like bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, you're gonna make me cry. Fitz is gonna play a Mike Nash clip later, and then I mean on Tuesday, it's gonna make me actually cry about being
Yeah.
early. I hate that clip.
This is
Gets me every
given,
time.
doing this space and and having these chats with all of these people we've had chats with. It like it gives it's my purpose right now. It's what I do. It's what I like. It's what I enjoy. I mean, it's only, 5 hours a week, it's a little more than that, obviously, with the tweeting and the little creative stuff on the side. But yeah, it's what I do. It's my jam. I miss very much. I mean, I DJ'd for 16 years of my life, and I miss that as being an introvert person and not really wanting to deal with people. I do miss standing behind the microphone and having, for lack of better terms, some power, right? And a little bit of control, and to know that people want to show up. I'm sure it's the same for you, Retro. The fact that people want to actually go and purchase your art. The fact that people want to come into this space every Tuesday and listen to us is mind blowing, because we're not paying anybody. We're not, we're fucking couple of guys. I'm from Canada. Willie's from California. Like, it's just, but people genuinely want to listen, and it's very flattering to that point. Just like I'm sure it is every time somebody, drops some Tez on one of your pieces. It's cool. It's a good rush.
You know what? It's I think specifically when it's interesting you say when someone buys a piece, right? Because we've not really been in an economy like this before as artists, right? It's quite a weird feeling if you are used to doing commissions, and the lead up to having a commission is really grueling, and it's a lot of stress. But when someone that you've got to know who appreciates your art goes and not just drops a like, which is still flattering, right? When people like or comment what you've done. But they actually go and exchange their hard-earned money with it. That means a lot. That's saying something. That sends a message out that what you're doing is worthwhile. So it's really
it's a different level of belief, right?
Yeah. So it's really really
money.
Exactly. And you probably find this with a lot of artists, and maybe even experience it yourself. Like growing up, school and all that kind of stuff is constantly that your self-belief is knocked out of you, like, completely, from bullying to expectations from certain people in your family or whatever, and You're not being the person you're supposed to be or what other people think you should be. You spend a long time or most of your kind of early adult life kind of either being subsumed by that or learning to overcome it. And eventually you get to a point in life where you start to become aware of what you're capable of, and you're no longer a slave to all those things that have been ingrained into you, like from culture, from society, from all these experiences as a kid. And you start to realize what you're capable of and what's possible. Um, and I think that's what makes this such a special time. It's particularly with artists, I think they've many artists have had a really rough time growing up, which is why they're so weathered and have sometimes really negative views about the world, and you can see it in their artwork. But we're now living through a time where they're able to actually make an impact and make a difference in their first and foremost in their own life. So yeah, I think it's a great time to be alive.
It's kind of something for artists that has to be there though, right? There has to be a little bit of turmoil in order for the art, whether it's music or drawing or painting or whatever it is. It's there. It has to be there, right? There's got to be emotion. It seems like. I,
Absolutely. Well, you know what? I think for me, I'm not sure if I said this earlier, but like I don't think I'm necessarily. I think saying that I'm an artist is probably a limited way of explaining. I feel like I'm a storyteller. And I think when you've had that turmoil and gone through so much in life, which that's just in my own perspective. I mean, people have been through way worse, but when you've been through a lot and you're able to communicate that through your artwork, but then also show a progression, you're telling a story, and that's why we watch films, right? And why the hero's journey works is because we're understanding how someone went through something, came out the other side, and how they changed, and how um, things have either got better for them, or they've leveled up, or they've become someone new. I think that's the wonderful part of being an artist. It's not to say that there won't be more difficult times ahead, but as you start to understand how you can use those difficult times, like as an artist, for instance, or whatever it is in what you're doing, you can use it as a springboard to tell your story and empower other people. That is actually entertainment. But it's just entertainment in not like a surface level way. It's in a deep, meaningful way that people are not only entertained by it, they're enthralled by it, they're inspired by it, and they can start to see how that can make a change in their own lives. It just becomes like a domino effect, right? Um, so we are always going to need that, chaos to be able to find balance with peace, and you kind of keep flowing between them. But you can't spend too long in the chaos. I think that's the problem. Um, as artists, we can end up reveling in it a little bit, and then not finding our way out, which is I think is an easy trap to fall down as an artist because there's a lot of there's something attractive about that as well. There's something attractive about being lost in that chaos and feeling like you're powerless, and your art is the only way of explaining how horrible things are and how bad you feel. I think it's important to find, for me anyway, it's important to find a balance between the two, and keep flowing between the the highs and the lows.
it's a healing thing as well too. I guess that's kind of you pretty much said that, but not so directly. Like healing from it is important too. Using it to heal. I got my words mixed up, but
Yeah,
yeah, healing.
yeah. No, absolutely. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
100%. Healing. I mean, it's all about healing because um, childhood is a really rough time, and for everyone. Um, and even the people, and you'd be surprised, right? Even the people who, from the outside world, would look like they have everything. Um, they're also going to be going through their really rough, difficult times. Um, and I guess in part of my belief, is talking about the whole idea of the fourth and fifth dimension. Part of my whole belief system is, and this is something I've arrived at by myself, by the way. This is not like an ingrained cultural thing. Um, part of my whole belief system is that we choose to give ourselves these experiences because that's what we need in order to grow as a soul, and in order to add more human experiences to our wealth of knowledge. And I'm someone who believes in past lives quite strongly, and I'm aware that not everybody believes in that, and that's totally fine. But I'm someone who believes in past lives, and I believe that we constantly growing and giving ourselves more human experiences as we go through. And so those dark times serve a purpose, and some in the spiritual community is referred to as shadow work. And if you are aware that your shadow, needs light, then you know how to use both of them, and you can start using it to your advantage, in a positive way to actually help yourself and help others around you.
Man, that's a good feeling. There's a lot of good vibes that we've had tonight. Like Retro, you drop some stuff that just makes I love it. The juices get flowing in my head, and it's like, yeah, man, yeah, yeah. I love what he's laying down. I like what you lay down all the time, and I think and I think there is definitely something to the past lives thing. I mean, my mom talks about it all the time, and over the years, I've kind of gone, well, yeah. How else would I, because there's just things that happen sometimes too, where you're like, how else would I have known immediately how to have dealt with that situation or whatever, right? It seemed really bizarre. It's nothing that's been in my toolkit before, but all of a sudden the situation was put in front of me and I knew exactly how to deal with it, right? That kind of jazz. I love how
Exactly.
I love
Yeah.
how I just called it that kind of jazz. I just downplayed it. It's like past lives, but it's that kind of jazz.
I was just sitting back listening because kind of like when we talk to Paper Buddha, when it starts getting spiritual like this, I'm just like in awe. And I just go, "All right, tell me more." You just sit back and listen all day.
Right? It's just,
Is knowing, you know what? I'm glad you said that because sometimes it's knowing how far to go. Because one thing I find about Twitter and Twitter Spaces, is you're coming across a lot of different people from all over the world, from loads of different backgrounds and beliefs and understandings, and sometimes it's very easy for people to be triggered, based on what you say when you talk anything of substance, because that's where the trauma lies sometimes. And you can say something that might feel really honest and authentic to you, and it just sets someone else off. And
Well,
you really understand why that's doing that.
I, I, I can totally see your point there. And my thought is that's the difference between religion and spirituality, is that spirituality kind of transcends all that, and religion is the hard ingrained teachings and indoctrinations and the stuff that if it doesn't agree, then if someone says something that doesn't agree, then that can be triggering. As where the spirituality part is, it doesn't matter what if it rings true, it rings true basically. And that's just kind of my thoughts though.
No, I think you're 100% right. Because you've just got to think of it like this. I think we said it earlier, right, about the whole toxic positivity, right? Um, if you threaten power, and that can be including someone else's. If someone's personal power is built on a
Deity.
cultural religious belief, and you
Yeah.
go and threaten that, that's triggering. Even if, I mean, they don't have to take it on board, and they can easily dismiss it. But if they can't do that, it means you've just shaken their foundations, and that's you do have to be wary of it, right? Because like I don't want to go around just triggering people. That's not my vibe, man. Like
Right.
it's
You
I
don't want
do
to
have to
put people in a
it's,
in a defense mode, right?
yeah.
I get that.
You wanna talk to people when you feel it's the right time to talk to people about something when they're open to it. So like it's totally not my thing to go around triggering people because it's more than anything, it's just more of a headache for me. Like I don't need that extra drama. I just have to sense like this might be a good time to talk about this. But it's totally cool if you think I'm talking a lot of nonsense. I'm cool with that. And that's happened, and that's fine. Like, I don't hold anything against anyone for thinking that, and I'm definitely open to the fact that I could be wrong about pretty much anything I say. But it's always nice to hear different opinions and different views. So I think it's important. But yeah,
Well, to lighten this mood up a little bit, I'm sure that Findle, no matter what day is this airs on, Findle is listening and screaming at me through his phone saying, "Anytime's a great time to talk about Atlantis." He wanted me to ask you some questions about Atlantis and stuff. But I'm like, I don't know. We're over 4 hours in, and we haven't had, haven't really needed to.
We only grazed Atlantis.
I thought it was a funny time to bring that up, lighten the mood a little bit.
Oh, it's like, that's and the one thing we always like in this space, and that it goes back to our natural flow of just like the artist taking us where we want, right? We never intend on talking about religion, but sometimes it happens. We never intend on talking about anything with politics, but sometimes it happens, and or gender or anything like that, and sometimes it happens. It's because the artist brings it up and the artist talks about it, and we talk about it for as long as it needs to be talked about, and we move on, and it's cool. And nobody ever, it's kind of the good thing about not having like a traditional bro shill space where you have 12 people up here all with microphones, right, talking. Not that we don't encourage people to come up and ask questions, because we certainly do. We often give that opportunity. Of course, in this situation we can't because we're pre-recording it, but it's good to talk about all of that stuff. And I think that a lot of our listeners, because we have had multiple guests who have gone to say things and like, oh, I hope I don't offend anybody by saying this, or I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying that, or whatever, and I don't want to offend people or chase people out, but our listeners and our fan base, if you want to call it that, these people are here to listen to the stories as we present them and as the artist presents them, and nobody, I don't think that you can really offend anybody unless you do some, probably some really bare bone essential offensive things, which would be not acceptable in most cultures, but we won't get into that. But I think that's what our listeners want. I think our listeners are very open-minded here.
Yeah, I think just like watching when during the live spaces, watching the bottom, like if we get into a controversial topic, nobody leaves. They all hang in to see like where is this going to go, at least. And they all stay kind of through the end.
Well, and knowing too, right? It's not the basis of why we're here, right? They know that even if they are turned off or upset about something, it's not how the next half hour or 2 hours is going to go, right? It's just the progression of the conversation, which is what we're all talking about here now. Like, conversations are allowed to happen, and it's important to have them. Important to be open and listen. You might learn something, kids.
That artist branding or our branding, for that matter, even, and sales. I don't have the numbers on those. I just know that people don't leave the space.
No. I definitely know we've pumped some sales and some things. That's cool. That's cool to know too. I don't know that we've sold any retro Manni people. Well, yeah, we did tonight. Fucking totally.
What, you bought one today?
That's right. We sold a retro Manni. We made a sale.
And we're gonna drop some alpha about the not 8-bit pixel art stuff coming out.
Yeah, man.
So
that's dope. Listening to this space pays off, kids. You learn things. You might get free things sometimes. You might get some insider information. You might get to laugh. You might get to cry. Sometimes you can get angry.
I like that. You might get to laugh. You might get permission to laugh.
Yeah, that's right. Not until you see the little emoji come up on the screen, damn it.
It's not a sitcom. There's no laugh.
There's been times where I feel like I need to drop an emoji and there's no button.
Dude, that's the one thing I've been 100%. I do know that when we do play this space and when everybody's listening to it on Tuesday, because I will be listening to it, and I will be dropping emojis with my bits, so we'll fill that in later. unfortunately, you know, it doesn't work with your time zone. But hey, if you happen to be up taking a pee, you know, in the middle of the night, check in with us. Drop an emoji.
I might try and stay up just to put my phone on and just join the space and then mute it.
Uh,
You
so
can
what
always
time?
at least just put your phone on so that you're there, so people know that you're there as a speaker.
So you're
Exactly.
9 hours. Hang on, 9 hours
That,
difference.
that does help the algo. I know that.
Yeah, it'd be weird if I was a listener, right? I don't know how that would look.
Yeah, now we'd definitely bring you back up to the speaker. Just mute yourself. And,
Yeah. Yeah, we never. The last time it was pretty cool. It's neat, and that was actually the very first one that we recorded. The fact that people showed up and stayed and listened really spoke to what, you know, Willie and I have somehow stumbled upon and created here with everybody else that comes on with us. Is that, you know, we genuinely, obviously we have some content. We have something that people genuinely want to listen to. Every time I think that people aren't listening, like I'm looking down and nobody's done anything in a long time, and then all of a sudden, out of randomly nowhere, all of a sudden these little heart emojis and fist bumps and shit like that will all come up, and I'll be like, fuck, man, these people are still awake. They're still alive. Like, some of these people are in time zones where they should be definitely in fucking bed. Like last week, who the hell was that, Willie? The Irish guy that was smoking bongs and waiting to catch the boat to go to work.
NFT terrorist Tez is wow, I know him. One of the backstage passengers.
That's such a great name.
Yeah, right.
NFT terrorist.
Yeah, we invited him up to. He had put his hand up, and he's like, "Oh, you know, I had nothing really to say. Just stumbled upon this, bada. And he's like, yeah, he's like, you know, you put in a request, you never know if you're going to get the microphone or not, but here I am or whatever. And he was taking hits off the bong. I don't know. You might have heard that. I think that was the hash brown one, wasn't it? Willie, I guess. I don't know. But anyways, it was.
No, it was last week. Hash brown was 2 weeks
Oh,
ago.
okay, all right. So, but it was, it was fucking. Oh, it was Block Chung. That's right. But it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And then we kept him up there. We let him. We kept, because he was whatever. He would come up and chat, and then he would be quiet, and then we'd happened to mention about the space going 5 hours, and he just like choked on his bong water. And he's like, Jesus Christ! He's like, how the fuck do you go for 5 hours? It's kind of easy. I don't think we've never had a forced show in our lives. I don't think. No matter how short or long they've been, a forced show. No matter how short or long they've been.
No, yeah, the conversation has definitely never been forced.
No. We don't.
I think we just like doing it. We like to know what the artist goes through and how they got there.
Yeah.
So.
And we've had a good journey with that fucking through this conversation. I was so pumped up to get Retro on tonight, and you know, when it finally worked out and Willie and I decided that these recordings things would work and this is the way to do her, it's opened such a huge door, because I don't know how else we ever could have did it, because the one thing, like, we had talked about putting it on a different day, but it doesn't work because our consistency is every Tuesday. Like, that's part of our consistency, right? We're Tuesday night, 9
Part of
p.m.
our branding.
Yeah, it's our branding. Exactly. And doing it this way is just...
Seinfeld's not on Tuesday. Seinfeld's on Thursday.
That's right. Damn straight. So yeah, this has been totally awesome, and has reached my expectations tonight and beyond, which I knew it would. Because Retro, you're an awesome guest. But yeah,
I appreciate that, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, but I think we can wind this chat up. I mean, I know.
Unless the man has anything else that he wants to tell us about, you know, I don't want to cut him off, but yeah, you know, it's been
it's got to be
4 hours.
Is it midnight
for
you
it's
now?
Late for you, so we really don't want to hold you much longer. But it has been an absolutely phenomenal chat tonight.
I've really enjoyed it, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm honestly just really appreciate that you guys gave me the time of day. It's been even though, like you guys were saying, I've been here since April, which in NFT time is kind of, well, I guess it's long and not so long, because there's some people who've been here for a good while. Um, but the entire journey as an artist has been a very, very long one. And I think the idea of that Maslow's triangle, right? So just trying to look after the safety and security first. I realize now, as part of my journey, I was making my way up there, and I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to that idea of actualization, where I think I know what I need to do to get there, and I know what I need to do to make whatever it is that I've got in my head, manifest it, make it happen, and make it work. And that's definitely thanks to just the whole ecosystem. Thanks to everyone in that ecosystem who's making it work together with me. Like people like yourselves, people like other collectors, other artists, and everything. It's like I still can't wrap my head around what's happening at the moment. It's pretty insane. But it's great to be here. It's great to be making work with you guys and waking up every day and actually doing this for the most part. I've still got other work that I'm doing as part of my business as well. But for the main part, I'm putting a lot of time into NFTs, and it's not even NFTs. I don't think it's really NFTs that I'm putting my time into. I'm using NFTs as the mode to deliver the story and communicate my ideas, and that's where I'm finding an audience, and I think that's what's so important about this. And I'm hoping that. I mean, one thing I do want to talk about is I did start the 5D Starseed story on Tezos, and that was a piece that got collected by the foundation. And no one's mentioned it to me yet, but I've only released one episode, and that's kind of my main thing. Like, I'm supposed to be releasing a whole animated series, and that is still very much one of my main priorities. But I'm actually waiting for some funding on that, because I think I should find out soon whether I get the funding or not, and that'll dictate how I move forward with that project, whether it's with funding or without funding. But either way, it's going to be on Tezos, and it's going to be another episode's going to be coming soon, and I'm going to continue building that story. So I'm really excited about that as well. So yeah, a lot in the works for this year. It's going to be a really, really busy year, like mega busy year. And plus, I've got my album coming out, which I'm really excited about. Plus that short film that's going to accompany it that I spoke about earlier. So loads of stuff going on, man.
Fuck, killer. Well, man, we're so stoked for all of this to happen and to be along with you in this journey and to have heard everything that you gave to us tonight. And if there's anything that we can do to help you out anytime you want to come on the space, or you got something you need us to talk about, or you just whatever you want us to do, we are here to help you. The microphone is always yours if you ever want to come and chat with us, or forward us stuff that you want us to get out there.
You just want us to plug a drop or something real quick, shoot us a text.
Our DMs, the WX DMs, and well, I know for myself, my personal one, I'm sure for Willie, like our DMs are open to you for whatever you want to hit us up. It's never a bother for us. It's what helps us in this community. It's what helps us grow. It's what helps us feel like we're part of something. So for sure, anything you ever want to do in the future, you let us know. We got you. 100%. Willie,
That's appreciated, man.
Yeah. Well, man, I hope tomorrow you have a good Sunday off, or I mean Wednesday, right? Wednesday. No, it's yeah, and
enjoy your hump day.
Yeah, and we my best goes out to you, and like I say, we're always here for you, and I'm looking forward to in the future when Willie and I go, fuck, you remember when we just had to ask Retro to come on? It was no big deal. We didn't have to fucking talk to his publicist, and now our publicist our publicist has to talk to his publicist. It's a whole thing. I hope
that's the whole thing.
I'm not getting in that blimp. I'm not getting in that blimp until you speak to my publicist, man.
Yeah, well, you got to sign a waiver, so yeah, your publicist is gonna. You're
that's all right. Apparently, your wife has more YouTube followers. We'll let her in the blimp.
Awesome. Well, we give
As long as she keeps that accent,
right.
because I do remember her having a very nice listening voice when I listened to the chapter one.
That is honestly, that's the selling point of that whole
Yeah,
book, man.
very
It's just
easy
her.
to listen to.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to check out the YouTube too. Got to be a follower and subscriber at least. Get those numbers up. Um, well, definitely I give my best to you and to your family and to your wife, and we'll definitely be in touch. We'll never be far. We'll always be a couple tweets away, anyways. And thanks again for giving us your time tonight. It's we appreciate it so very very much, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts for sure. Cool.
Awesome. Likewise.
And this is where Fendel right now, he's going to sit in there and Fendel will be like, God damn it, unmute, unmute. He wants to say, nobody can say anything.
I feel like a schoolgirl right now. You hang up first.
No, you hang up first. Okay. We'll all hang up.
Go to sleep, Fendel. Go to sleep, Fendel.
Well, okay. All right. We'll all hang up on the count of 3. Does that sound good? Nobody's agreeing with me. 1. All right, guys. This has been awesome. Thanks a lot. 2.
Take care. Bye.
3. Ew.